Good evening and thanks for joining us. This is a call to order for the City of Aspen City Council regular meeting, November 15th, 2022. Could we have a roll call for attendance, please?
Councillor Doyle.
Here.
Councillor Howenstein.
Present.
Councillor Mesereau.
Here.
Online.
Councillor Richards.
Here.
Mayor Tory.
And here as well. First, I want to start off by apologizing. We're getting a 30-minute delayed start here tonight. A few of us were attending an ACRA presentation over at the Meadows, and it ran a little bit longer, so apologies for that. The other thing I want to make people aware of is that Councilman Mesereau is joining us, but he is on our Zoom meeting and not in the room this evening, but he is joining for the entirety of the meeting. With that, there are no scheduled public appearances this evening, so that brings us to citizens' comments and petitions. And I will go ahead and look online to start. If there is anybody that's online right now that is wishing to make council comments on anything not slated for public hearing on our agenda, we do ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes in order to give everybody a fair and equal opportunity for speaking. Looking online. And we'll come back if there's anybody that's a late joiner, but we'll look in room now. Are there any members of the public this evening? Ziska, come on up. And please just state your name for the record.
Ziska Childs.
Thank you. Right ahead.
First time in the new council chambers.
Welcome.
Quite a change. Yeah. Hopefully everybody's more comfortable. I'm here to ask the council to consider something, which is, first and foremost, it would be in my best interest, but hopefully it would be in the best interest of the city as well. So, is there anybody here who remembers Aspen in 1964? Anybody? Extent? Anywhere? Okay. 1964, we had a mudslide. And it filled up the Aspen Inn pool. It actually sent a friend of mine, Esther, it was then McPherson. She had to climb up on the top of the bunkhouse roof because it started sliding down the hill. That was a Snow Chase Lodge at the top of Mill Street. Mud came down, filled up the Aspen Inn pool. Tony Ewell, Gretel's son, was in the pool at the time. He got out. It went through the dining room of the Inn at Aspen, which is where the St. Regis is now, and stopped at the parking lot of the Mountain Chalet. And there's a 100-year mudslide map that the city's been keeping track of and SCECO's been keeping track of, and we're doing a good job keeping track of what the mountain is. My personal interest in this, however, as some of you know, is I've got property at the top of Mill Street. And although I remember seeing walls of water coming towards me from that property, nobody else who lives in that building does. And what they're thinking of doing right now, and what they have sufficient homeowner approval to do right now, is to dig a 60-foot deep two-story garage in front of my building, which would go into mining slag from the Aspen Mine Company, which is above it, which would be bad. I got lots of people who've been around as long or longer than I have, who have memories of all sorts of events that have happened either on top of Aspen Mountain or on the way down or underneath, who have those institutional memories. But that's not the thing. I can fill you in on that for anybody who's interested in. But that got me thinking about the whole side of that mountain. The part that is part of the city, up to the 8,000-foot line and a little bit beyond now. And I'm wondering if we've got a height restriction above Dean Street, above Durant, between Galena and Aspen, could we have a depth restriction? Is that possible? It's just something I'd like for the council and the city to consider.
Can you repeat that, a what restriction?
A depth restriction. How deep can you go into what is mostly slag? I mean, on Aspen Street, we built on top of the mine dump apartments. That should tell you what's there. And all you need to do is look at, actually, we've got the, I think, the 1894 map out here. You can see what was built up there and where the heaps are. And Lulu Vokhausen, who was working at the Fifth Ave when we moved in '68, I mean, she dug up half the city dump up just right in back of the building. So there's a lot to be considered there. I don't know if there's a geologist on staff for the city or not. I don't know what level of concern this has for the city, but there's a lot of new construction that's being proposed in that space that is impacted by that 100-year mudslide map, that's impacted by those old mine dumps. And you have owners who have no idea what they're sitting on top of because they just weren't here.
Can I ask one clarifying question? When you say they are getting ready to build a garage in front of your building, do you mean another property owner or your building
No, I mean,
itself?
my homeowners association thinks it would be cool to have underground parking.
Okay. I was just kind
Yeah.
of trying to understand it. And
Yeah, and I've run out of options with the ownership. I'm only one vote amongst 38,
Right.
so that's not enough to turn the tide here. And as much as I'm just a little gray-haired lady saying, don't do it. You know, because, that's not enough.
Yeah.
That's simply not enough. And you can, you might be able to drill a hole and not hit any slag. It's possible.
Yeah.
But if you look at what the history of the renovations at the Durant, the renovations at the Tipler, you'll see, and talking to Shauna Willie, who's Pure Willie's sister, who's been a geologist down in South America for most of her adult life, and just saying, it's rock that is porous, it's got water, it's got a lot of water coming out of it, and you got a lot of slag up there, and it's not moving now.
Right.
Let's keep it so it's not moving. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah, would it be possible to get more information about that? I don't know the location, the depth, the approvals, I don't know anything about
Yes,
that.
I'm looking at our ComDev staff that have some familiarity with the activities in the area. Would you like them to respond now, or would you like us to provide information at a different time?
Information later is fine with
Later at
me.
a different time?
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's
Yeah.
great. Thank you. Other members of the public that wish to make comment tonight, come on forward.
Thank you very much. Whoops. My task here tonight is to deliver to Mayor Tory and the council some gifts emanating out of our UN Global meeting in September. Oh, excuse me, John Starr from Aspen International Mountain Foundation. They have come in, and I have been given the job of delivering them. There is a delightful thing to hang from the wall. Our participating organization that gave us this gift is from the Republic of Tajikistan. And in addition to this, there is this delightful cap. And as I know that Mayor Tory is notorious for occasionally putting on unusual outfits, I'm hoping that the staff could get a headshot of the mayor, because this was specifically offered to him from the Republic, and we will get it back to them in thanks. And just very briefly about the UN Global Meeting, it was a huge success. We have heard back from organizations around the world about the special event that occurred and the energy that came out of it from each of them organizations as they returned to their home countries. But in addition there was universal positive feedback from all sorts of people about the friendliness and warmth of our Aspen community. Literally, we've heard from continents that the enjoyment they had here with our community. I think we all get so stuck into our activities here, sometimes we forget how special our community can make our visitors, and particularly our international visitors, feel. And it certainly was the case this September. And I commend all of my community members. Lastly, on behalf of AIMF, we want to express our great gratitude to the City Council and to the city staff for all their unswerving support they gave us from the beginning of our activities. We couldn't have done it without the backing of the city, and would very much want to let you know how much we respect and thank you all for this activity. Just a brief, I'll finish and move on and pass on these gifts. Just a brief update. One of the things that occurred at the meeting, and several of you I know were there, was the side event held, a panel with all the mayors and two commissioners up and down our valley, talking about mountain sustainability and climate issues. The energy that's come from that session has been followed up by several of the participants, as well as a number of the people who are in the audience. And we are working with the city's climate action group to see what we can do to create a follow-up opportunity, which we have been pressed to do by the participants, to explore further how we can collectively and collaboratively up and down our valley and the Vail Valley pull together and make a difference. And there is a desire to meet and talk about how this activity can go forward. The Climate Action Group is has worked with us to put together a questionnaire, which we are in the process of sending around to each of the panel participants to ask their thoughts as to how the best way forward would be, how they would like to follow up the energy that they all felt at that meeting. And I will keep you all apprised as we begin to get answers and see where we go. Again, thank you so much on behalf of AIMF for everything you did.
Thanks, John.
And can I drop this off for you? And for the mayor, please, I'd like to.
Tori, I seem to recall you with a pretty decorative chapeau there at,
That was I think that was Kyrgyzstan, actually.
Well, this is Tajik. I don't know if Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, sometimes they don't stand. So let's make sure we send it to the right place.
Thank you so much, John.
Thank you all.
It was an amazing event. And actually at the Accra afternoon blend that we were just at, they made a mention of the AIMF and the UNMP and the meetings that happened, and they actually alluded to the fact that your efforts on that had started some decade ago, as you were first bidding on bringing that meeting to Aspen, and they also were giving you many compliments about how that event came off, their role and participation as well, but that, truly a decade of effort went into bringing that here, so thank you to all that you've done, because that was really
I
fantastic.
will pass that on to my board. And Carino is sorry she wasn't be able to do this in person as well. But from all of us, thank you again. I'll take a couple of
I like it.
headshots.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Nice. That is nice.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful hat.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Other members of the public that wish to make comment this evening, come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Peter Fornell, nice to see you all tonight. I'm always cognizant of your valuable time, and so in the interest of staying within my 3 minutes, I'm going to pass around a piece of paper for you. Or actually, we're going to let Sarah do it, and thank you for passing that around to everyone, Sarah. Thanks for taking a minute for me tonight. I was watching the work session last night for affordable housing. You know that's close to my soul, and I thank you for all of the attention that you give to the matter. That you did take a good bit of time to talk about some of the changes that you've made, including the institution of a compliant enforcement officer. And you were all quite proud of the fact that you've added that position. I just like to give you a quick 3-minute synopsis of exactly who it is that we've hired for that job. On page 1 of the document that you have is a copy of the deed restriction for the Common Ground subdivision. Paragraph 2, Common Ground subdivision is an affordable housing building located, I believe you all know it. Paragraph 2B states, no business activities are permitted. If you go on to page 2, the page 2 is the relevant portion of the Common Grounds condominium declarations. If you read 7.2, it states clearly in the first sentence, residential purpose only and no commercial or business purpose. If you go on to pages 3 and 4, pages 3 and 4 state the purpose and goals for the common house. The common house is the center building at Common Grounds, and it's an amenity for the association. And it indicates its address as 701 Independence Place. On page 5, which you'll find is a City of Aspen document, which is our local home occupation regulations if you want to have a home office. In order to have a home office, you have to have this form filed with the city. It requires a business license, and as you'll see the underlined portion, in order for it to be valid, it has to comply with all HOA covenants and guidelines. If you move on to page 6, what you'll see on page 6 is a screenshot from the internet of the business of Jane St. Croix, indicating her location, her hours of office hours, and directions to her office located at 701 Independence Place, which is the address of the common house at Common Ground. Finally, on page 7, what you'll find is the Pitkin County records indicating that unit number 515 at Independence Place is owned by Jane St. Croix, Ireland, and Mick Ireland. Mountain West Insurance is the carrier of the liability policy for the Common Ground subdivision. Although they would not comment, they do a lot of business with me, and I gave them a call this morning. Although they would not comment specifically on Common Ground policy, they did tell me that no general liability cover would cover business activities there, and that further, no additional policy would cover business activities if they were against the condominium covenants. If you are doing business at Common Grounds Association, every time a client comes or goes from your property, you are putting that entire association at financial risk. I'd even take it a step further, that if someone slipped and fell that was there for a business purpose and they were litigious in nature, they might even go so far as to sue the entire APSHA organization, and they could be putting, and anyone who's doing business at that location could be putting the entire APSHA program at financial risk. So the question that I have for you tonight is, who do we want as our compliant enforcement officer? I asked the council to instruct the Housing Authority to put Mr. Ireland on administrative leave to determine whether these facts are correct, and if they are, I respectfully request that Mr. Ireland either resign or expect to be terminated. As a community, we should expect that our APSHA compliant enforcement officer is in fact complying with their own rules and regulations of the deed restrictions of the associations where they reside. None of the information that I'm providing to you this afternoon is any information that I produced or compiled myself. All of the information that is available for you to look at are public documents that anyone could have discovered. It's without dispute and clear that at least Miss St. Croix Ireland is operating a commercial business out of that property as she's giving directions to her office on her website at that location. There are third-party stories that have come to me where I have heard that Mr. Ireland conducts his legal professional business from his home. I don't have evidence of that, but I want to leave this all with you, and I would like to have you pay strong attention to the information that I'm providing to you tonight, because I think it's important for our community.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Also, another opportunity for members of the public comment this evening. One more call for public comment for anybody that is listening in or online this evening. With that, I'll bring it back to council table. It is now time for council members and mayor's comments. Council members, comments this evening. Skippy, I'm going to go ahead and start with you since you're on Zoom.
Thanks. No comments tonight. Thank you.
Should be able to remember.
Thank you. Council members' comments.
I'll go second. I wrote some comments down, but I left them downstairs, so I'm going to try to pull them out of my brain.
Okay. Rachel?
Yeah, I'll be relatively brief here. I would like to say that if anyone hasn't checked to make sure your vote counted with your local county clerk, please do so online, at Pitkin Votes. They track your vote, and if for any reason you hadn't signed it or the date was wrong or forgot the date, you can still cure your ballot. As of tomorrow, I think is the last date for curing ballots. Is it, or is it coming up very, very soon? So tomorrow. So it's very important to make sure your vote counted. It's a very close election for our new congressional representative. Second to that, I'd like to wish everyone a really good ski day on Saturday coming up. We got a little early treat for the locals with ski passes. And above all, I'd like to thank the voters of Aspen for reaffirming that this is a community. We want to stay a community. We're a resort community, and we welcome our guests as long as we have enough people to handle them and not have to work double shifts and cover everybody else who's not there. So we really appreciate the support on the short-term rental tax. I think the 61, almost 62% is a pretty resounding margin and community sentiment. And I'm very, very thankful for those who helped out with the campaign and all those who cast their vote. So thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Did you?
I think I pulled up some files, yeah. So let's start with, I'm really looking forward to the ski season. Thanks for pointing that out, and us hosting the World Cup again. But I would like to point out that 7 out of the 8 World Cup ski races that have been scheduled so far this season have been canceled because of bad conditions, high temperatures, and not enough snow. Rachel and I read an article recently about some new research being undertaken by NASA, where they use satellites to measure groundwater. And what they've found is our groundwater resources are dwindling rapidly, mostly in food production areas such as the Central Valley of California, places in the Arabian Peninsula, Europe, and India. And this also is obviously thought to be a great contributor to sea level rise. And lastly, last week the world population reached a population of 8 billion people. We were at 7 billion only 12 years ago. And that's all I have for tonight.
Thanks, John. Ward?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Rachel, for reviewing the tax ballot and making sure that your ballot did count. I think tomorrow is the last day for curing ballots. This city council's one of the top 3 tier goals is greenhouse gas, and I want to bring to the ask for council support from 3 members of council to have a work session towards an ordinance to prohibit the use of gas burning, outdoor heaters, and decorative gas burning features. And plus, you walk down the malls in the wintertime and you see business doors wide open, and I'm curious if there's a way that we can have some kind of enforcement mechanism where doors can't be open during the cold season that is contributing to greenhouse gas production. So I would hope that I could get 3 members of council to approve and join with me to have a work session towards an ordinance.
I'd enjoy a work session along those lines.
You have my support.
Number 3.
Well done. So there will be support for looking into or setting up a work session on propane heaters and a closing of door policy for the winter. I shared an email briefly with Ward today just asking for some more information. I think that perhaps before a work session is scheduled, if we could gather some information, that might be helpful moving forward.
Sarah, if I can ask a couple clarifying questions?
We'll do it offline.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ward. You have support for the general concept of looking into propane heaters, outdoor usages, and closed-door policy. My comments this evening are brief. I as well, very excited. The ski season is starting this Saturday. I hope everybody is getting ready to go. I also wanted to mention a big thank you to this community for supporting 2A. And, you know, this wasn't necessarily a victory. This council is a representative of our community. We did outreach. We looked for what our community was feeling and what they wanted to do about the issue of STR impacts. We got back from that outreach and from those surveys the information for a moderate and tiered tax placed on our STRs. And so we brought that to the voters, and the voters did support it by over 60%. I think that is a really resounding support for utilizing these funds to mitigate some of the impacts that short-term rentals are going to have. I think it was the right move. When we look around the state, there is not a resort community in the state that is not tackling the same issue with the same tools. In this same election last Tuesday, Steamboat Springs was able to pass a 9% on all short-term rentals in their community. So again, you know, I think Aspen took a very measured approach to this, and I thank the community for their input and their support at the ballot box. So thank you for that. My last comment is about Thanksgiving. Next week is Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving, of course, a great time, great holiday for people to get together with friends and family. But not everybody has those great experiences. Once again, as I like to remind people, you know, if you or somebody you know needs somebody to talk to or any resources for mental health issues, there are some great resources here. An easy phone number for you is 925-5858. That is the Hope Center. But there are even more resources to be found online at aspenstrong.org. The holiday seasons are great for a lot of people, but for others, it can be a depressing time and a triggering time for some of the emotional stress that they can be under. With that being said, I want to say that the Hickory House is going to be celebrating Thanksgiving again after a year off last year. Thanksgiving at the Hickory House is a great community event. I want to encourage as many people as I can. Take a year off from cooking at home and go over to the Hickory House. It is based on donations. Oftentimes $5 or $10 is just plenty for them. And the last call out there is for volunteers as well. If you're interested in volunteering on Thanksgiving, the Hickory House could use a few more hands to make the lifting as light as possible. I will be there for cleanup, because that's what they said they need the most. I will be there cleaning dishes at the end this year. Those are my comments this evening. Thank you so much. That brings us down to agenda amendments. I didn't see any necessarily. I will remind everybody that we do have an executive session that is scheduled for the end of our meeting. City manager's comments this evening?
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. A few things for you. First, I just want to tell you, John is not allowed to jinx us. We're going to have fantastic snow for the World Cup.
No, it's in March. No, we'll be fine.
Just a few other things for the council. Following up on the Thanksgiving conversation, just a reminder, council, how we've operated the past few years is that The non-essential services are closed for that day. Staff are permitted to take the day off, which means traditional administrative office buildings would be closed to the public on the Friday after Thanksgiving. And this is to give folks that long weekend. Our data has shown routinely that people don't conduct business with us that day unless it's an emergency situation that they're finding themselves in. Of course, our utilities staff and our police staff, rangers, parking staff will all still be on duty and working hard that day for the community. Is there any questions about that?
It's not quite that, but almost, but since the since the ski season is starting a little early, will that make changes to our parking regulations start this weekend or still starting the following week?
It'll still be the following week. I think that would be really short-sighted for us to
Okay,
increase the rates just for a week early.
I just
Yeah.
wanted to know. Thank you.
I should also mention the rec center will stay open that Friday as well. A few other things for you at your places this evening is a fact sheet for the Newcastle Creek Bridge. This is the start of the public information campaign you requested to be launched on the preferred alternative and the record of decision components. The mayor's holding one up right now if the camera wants to pick it up. You want to open it up? A lot of good visual information. This is a hard print piece, and it talks about really on the back what are the two options the community has right now for going forward. And what we're looking at is a combination of efforts. It'll be print, it will be social media, it will be lots of small group conversations, whether it be at the Rotary and the Elks, HOAs, door knocking in some of the most impacted neighborhoods. Currently, we're scheduled to go to Snowmass Town Council, Basalt Town Council, the Aspen School District, Board of Education, Pitkin County. Lots of places, lots of opportunities for folks to engage in the conversation about what they want to see as the future for their bridge. Most notably, some folks have asked, well, why do we need to have this community conversation? And I just want to emphasize is that bridges have design lives, and there comes a point where the cost of maintenance of that bridge turns it into needing to be a replacement of that bridge. We're getting closer to that time frame for our community, and so it's important we start making some decisions about how we want to handle our transportation future, and how does that interact with today's conditions compared to where we were back in 1998 when the record of decision was signed by was provided by the Federal Highway Administration and CDOT, as well as signed by the Pitkin County Board of Commissioners, the Aspen City Council, and the Snowmass Town Council. So it's time to move it forward. Any questions on that one? Okay. The last thing is I asked Nicole to provide an update on the upcoming council election cycle and fill you in a little bit on key dates for anyone considering running for office. Just a reminder that there will be 3 vacancies or 3 positions up for election, and they are Councilmember Mesereau's seat, Councilmember Richards' seat, and the mayor is every 2 years, so it will be the mayor's seat as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So our upcoming election will be March 7th, 2023. Anybody who is interested in running will be able to pick up nominating petitions from the clerk's office on December 6th, and they must be returned to us by December 27th. Each candidate must obtain at least 25 signatures of registered electors residing in the city of Aspen, and each elector may only sign for 1 candidate per office. The city clerk's office will publish a public notice in both papers beginning the last week of November as a reminder to everybody about the petitions. And as always, if you have any questions, reach out to the clerk's office.
Thank you.
And I'll just add on to the public, if anyone's thinking about running and has questions, sort of how this works, to that the city manager's office is a resource as well. That would be happy to share sort of the mechanics of being on council and what that looks like in terms of process, certainly not policy positions. Those they should develop on their own. So that's it for me. Thank you.
And, I'll dovetail off of that. This council is very open and very welcoming. So if there's anybody that's thinking about it and wants to talk to any one of us, I'm sure any one of us would be happy to share our experience or anything that we can. So please be in touch with us as well.
Very good. Thank you.
Board reports. This is an opportunity just to share some brief board reports, to let to know the community know any meetings that we've attended recently. But we do longer board reports, more in-depth for council questions and comments at our monthly work session meeting. Any council members with a board report this evening?
Nothing for me, thank you.
Well, then, my report is just that I did attend RAFTA last Thursday's meeting. It was more budget tidying up as we get ready for final approval, and then a few other updates on service, finance, and the like. Whether we talk, these days we talk a lot about first and last mile efforts, and some of you may have seen some of the reporting that was done in the newspaper about some questions surrounding budget and opportunities that we have there. So I will report more to you when we have our meeting. Ward?
Yeah, I did have one subcommittee on corridor enforcement with the RAFTA meeting that they have an annual meeting that they go down the whole corridor from Glenwood Springs to Woody Creek, where that corridor, RAFTA corridor, ends. They point out where there are any encroachments, violations, mile by mile, section by section. There were a couple of violations, one of which was what do you call it, a sewer septic tank that was put in the right of way, and the owners were unaware of it. They were made aware of the encroachment, and they relocated the septic. So that was just the annual report on the condition of the enforcement on the corridor.
Nice,
Yeah, thank you.
okay.
All right, let's move on to our consent calendar. Consent calendar this evening is Resolution 123, Addendum to City Manager Employment Agreement. Resolution 124, this is the City of Aspen and Component Units 2023 budget. Resolution 126, which is City of Aspen Financial and Investment Policies for 2023 update. Resolution 132, Burlingame Lot 1A, second correction to deed of conservation easement. Resolution 134, Aspen Pitkin County Housing Authority Fall Supplemental, and the draft minutes of October 11th. Are there any items that council members would like pulled for discussion?
I would make a motion to
I
approve
will be
the
pulling
consent
one.
calendar.
I will be pulling one. I'm going to pull 124. I'd like a quick budget discussion.
Okay.
There are two items that I'd like to address in the budget. The first one, and these are for council consideration. The first one is a request from the Homeowners Association in Mountain Valley. They came to us with a request of $150,000 for undergrounding some power lines. And we have in our budget currently $50,000 has been recommended in the budget. And I am one that supports a greater expenditure here. I find that what they're doing with undergrounding these lines is not just beautification, it also has safety implications, wildfire reduction implications. And I also really appreciate that these guys have gone out and secured a large part of their funding for a three-phase project. The first phase is actually that line, which does sit on the city line boundaries and does serve a water holding tank for fire suppression. So 50,000 is what's recommended in our budget. I'm just here to ask if there's more support than $50,000. I could even just see that being $75,000. This is an ongoing project, so there will be opportunities in the future if this council wants to support this any further than that. But from the conversations that we've had at this table, I have heard some support for raising our involvement in the project. And I want to ask council if they'd like to see an amendment to raise that $50,000 to $75,000 in this year's budget.
I'd say in the interest of wildfire safety, I'll support that.
I'll second that with, if I may comment on that.
Absolutely.
This is a project that the homeowners have been coming to the city council for many years on, and now we see increasingly in California with the wildfire being started by sparks from overground or above ground utilities to undergrounding utilities up in that area. I think it's a public safety issue, and I would support it. Monitoring this going forward and adding $25,000 to the budget for 2023.
Thank you. The budget dollars would probably come out of, I think, general fund is where the franchise fees from Holy Cross
So this is
exist,
a beautification fee that Holy Cross pays that the council makes appropriations on to transfer into whatever services are being purchased with those dollars within the confines of the franchise agreement. This is the same source that was recommended for the $50,000. It has sufficient balance if you wish to make up to $75,000. Procedurally, you'll need to conduct this vote separate from all of the others because you are proposing an amendment.
Okay.
So please, when you vote on the consent calendar, pull this one for a separate vote.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I think we need to continue this budget resolution till November 29th for a public hearing.
Yeah.
It needs to be in a public hearing. It was not noticed as a public hearing.
Yeah. Someone's mic isn't working.
I'm sorry, but I'm just looking at our last year's budget resolution, this year's budget resolution. It needs to be done in a public hearing.
Okay.
It was not noticed as a public hearing. It's just,
As long as we're going to make the state deadlines for when things
Yeah.
have to happen.
We can bring it back for the 29th.
Okay, but aren't there any fall supplementals or anything like that that we need to do tonight that are separate from the 2023 budget?
That is a separate resolution before you this evening.
Okay, but is that in our consent calendar? I want to make sure we,
no, the supplementals are by ordinance.
okay.
Budget's adopted by resolution, but it has to be at a public hearing, and it was not noticed, and I apologize for bringing this up at the last
Which
second.
ones can we go forward with?
I appreciate it. I appreciate you bringing this up, and it's interesting language because in our policies, and I believe this is where, in the City of Aspen financial and investment policies, the way that it's worded is that it will be approved by resolution. It'll be approved at public hearing by resolution.
That's in the
So it's
charter.
still by resolution, but it is a public hearing on the resolution.
Correct.
It does not take the required 2 readings of an ordinance, but nonetheless, it's an open public hearing.
The charter is relatively unusual, I think, because it does require supplemental budgets to be done by ordinance, but it says the budget itself is done by resolution at a public hearing.
Yeah.
So it's,
And which I didn't understand coming in. I was like, well, this is a public hearing, but not on this item. So,
I'd like to move that Resolution 124 be continued to time certain for the meeting on 11/29/22 for public hearing and passage as a resolution.
I'll second.
further discussion?
Well, just, I'm willing to do that, but if you would amend your motion to also include the additional 25,000 for the electric project, then staff will know to put that in there before we get to the next meeting.
I accept that.
that would be
And that's
appropriate.
acceptable to the maker and seconder. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call vote for consideration of Resolution 124 on November 29th, please?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Mazzaro,
Yes.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
And yes.
Just for clarification, the community enhancement funds are the funds that would be used for the electric project. They sit in our general fund in fund balance as a restricted reserve account. So that's what will fund the support for the extra 25,000 plus the 50,000 already in there.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's a little bit different from the franchise fee.
Yeah.
And just as a side note, I've been having conversations around the Wheeler and the Arts and Cultural Fund, just because I know that some members had questions about the change in policy there, and reserve funds and the like. I'm not asking for any changes, but I was going to have Pete kind of go through that for public information as well, so that we're all clear on what we're doing with the Arts and Cultural Fund. So we'll do that as well on November 29th.
Okay.
No, that's a separate resolution.
That one's-
That's Resolution 126 that is,
The financial policy.
does not
amendment.
require the public hearing.
Correct.
In that side of it, yes, but what I would have been asking for would have required, I think, changes in the budget, but it doesn't. Okay. All right. So
Sorry,
we'll
I'd
take
like-
care of 126 tonight.
I'd just like to remind the public that we have had 6 work sessions on the 2023 budget.
That's all?
But not the resolutions.
With that, then, I would like, if we're doing that policy this evening, and I'm not going to be asking for any changes, then I would like Pete to come up and speak to the Arts and Cultural Fund. And all I want to do is get clear here. You know, we've had some comments. I know that council members have had individual conversations regarding this. You know, we are changing the structure of the fund, almost categorization. You know, there's been some concern as we move forward with the tax question that the voters approved, that in some way this was going to negatively impact the reserves or the health and well-being of the Wheeler Opera House. And that is not the case here. That is not the intention here. And I just wanted to use this as an opportunity for Pete to speak to the mechanics behind both the policy initiative and what the Wheeler and the Arts and Cultural Fund balance means. And Pete, I think that should be enough to lead you to kind of the explanation we were looking for.
I'm going to bring you on for the budget team pretty soon. So yes, the Wheeler Opera House sits in the 120 fund, which doesn't mean a lot to most folks. But under that fund structure, we have the arts and culture real estate transfer tax being deposited every year. And so prior to the recent public vote that expanded some of the uses for those funds going forward only, we renamed the Wheeler Opera House Fund to the Arts and Culture Fund. With that, though, we are now carrying basically 2 balances in the reserve. The old traditional Wheeler funds plus any new resources collected after December 7th, I believe, of 2021. And so as we looked at the fund balance in that fund and discussed this with council, reached out to the Wheeler Advisory Board, we had some conversations about how to kind of ensure that the Wheeler itself is protected. And there's a very good point of clarification that any new real estate transfer tax money that comes into the fund, where it can now be used for expanded arts grants and the Red Brick arts program, it is also always still fully available for the Wheeler Opera House. So any dollar that really sits in the Arts and Culture Fund, the new fund name, is still fully available for the Wheeler Opera House. So if you look at our long-range plans that we have in the budget, and you look at the top line reserve number in that fund for the next 5 years, including all the capital needs for the Wheeler Opera House that we know of today or are planning for in the next 5 years, and assuming a fairly conservative expectation for new real estate transfer taxes coming in, we are still maintaining a $42 million reserve balance in that fund. The makeup of that is slightly different between old money and new money as we move forward, because what we're trying to do is basically just accumulate the newer, fuller expanded use funds in the reserve to allow the community and the council the opportunities to dedicate some of those resources as it sees fit going forward, which still includes the Wheeler. So the short story is there's still basically $42 million in the next 5 years that we have under our projections that is still fully available for the Wheeler Opera House Fund. And then what's in the financial policies as an adjustment tonight is increasing the reserve requirement in that fund on any given year from 25% of annual spend to now being 100% of annual spend. So in any given year, if we assume we're going to spend $8 million that year, we have to at least have an additional $8 million in reserve by year end. If we ever dip below that reserve requirement, our financial policies require us to rebuild that reserve within the next 3 years. That's the mandate under the policies. But really, as we do our planning, we typically try never to go below those reserve thresholds. In cases where we know it may be a one-year blip, we may actually talk to the council about allowing it to dip under, but we don't ever target trying to go beneath that. And with $42 million in the reserve over the next 5 years, we are never going to anticipate going below the 100% reserve, because in any given fiscal year over the next 5 years, we're assuming $8 to $10 million maximum kind of going out the door in a given year. So we will always be well above the annual spend number.
Thank you for that. Any questions, follow-up from council?
Yeah, Pete, the 100% is just for the Wheeler?
It's actually for the Wheeler plus the arts grants plus the red brick. So all of it, all encompassing.
But all the other departments, like 25% or 20%?
Yes, so there are going to be 3 other funds that maintain the 25% reserve threshold. That's the general fund and the 2 utility funds. And then any other fund in the city actually only has a 12.5% reserve requirement. So this is well above those targets.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ward. Thank you, Pete. I appreciate you going over that.
Yeah.
I hope the public is either viewing or hearing of it and feels assured that the council intention and city intention is still to put the Wheeler first in those funds.
Would you accept a motion, Mr. Mayor? I would make a motion to approve resolutions 1, 2, 3, resolution 126, resolution 132, resolution 134, resolution, and the draft minutes of the council meeting of October 11th.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second for the consent calendar. Any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for consent calendar, please?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Hohenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Mazzaro,
Yes.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. Thank you. That'll bring us down to notice of call-up. This evening, we have notice of call-up for the HPC approval of 520 East Cooper Avenue. This is a minor development and commercial design review.
Hi there. Sorry, wrong cord. Okay, Amy Simon, Planning Director, here to tell you about 2 recent approvals by the Historic Preservation Commission that are subject to your notice of call-up, so that City Council can accept or ask further questions about the board's decision. Both of these projects are in the downtown. Neither is a designated site, but they're in a historic district, so HPC has purview over any development. So the first property is 520 East Cooper Avenue, which is where Pitkin County Dry Goods, for instance, is located. This is a building that was built in 1970 and is fairly unchanged from its appearance of that era. And HPC was approached with a minor development and commercial design review application to make a number of changes. So here we see is just a site location map. On the left, bottom left, is how the building looks today or in the summer. And on the right is the approved project that HPC just discussed. So the work doesn't change really the form of the building. There's no addition to the building. It is replacement of some siding with a composite wood product. This is sort of in the most recessed areas towards the windows in the building, with something a little more environmentally sustainable. There's a proposal to
down where the Pitkin County Dry Goods storefront is, the cornice will be increased slightly in height, and there'll be more of a metal awning to just kind of express storefront there, more so than we have today. There's a reorganization of some of the planters, some improved drainage, replacement of some railings, and the HOA would like to apply a lime wash to the brick, which will soften the color. It's sort of a varied shades of red that's on the building right now. And HPC held 2 discussions about the project. Sorry, I'm not advancing here. There we go, sorry. These are some of the images of the approved material samples and the close-up of the awning over Pitkin County Dry Goods. HPC discussed the project twice. At the first meeting, they asked that the applicant, when they're replacing, there's some triangular-shaped windows, tall vertical windows at the front of the building that were very characteristic of the original design, and the board asked that to the extent they were being replaced, that the existing design be replicated as closely as possible, which required some additional investigation. They also asked, there was an idea that some of the courses of brick would have sort of a grooved grinding applied to them to create texture, and the board was not in support of that. So they continued the hearing so the applicant could go back and speak to their HOA. They returned in October with a plan that was responsive to HPC's direction and was approved. It was a unanimous vote, and staff recommends council uphold their decision.
Thank you, Amy. Council members, any questions, comments, suggestions?
I didn't see any reason to call this up or
I didn't
questions.
either. I think it's a nice upgrade.
Amy, I don't want to call this up, but I do want to know what a lime wash is.
It is a kind of like a whitewash, but it's not a paint. It's a lime-based product that will be very watered down. HPC is actually requiring staff and a project monitor come and see a sample of it applied. But it'll have some transparency. It's not to just create an opaque finish, but it softens and sort of unifies the various colors of the brick that are on the building now.
So it just bleaches out, or doesn't put a new
bleach. It's flat
finish?
on the surface, and it apparently is to some extent removable. But it doesn't like soak into the masonry or anything like that.
That was my only curiosity on this. Thank you.
Well, since you asked, how durable is it? Is this going to start peeling off the building in 10 years and then have to redo it?
I don't
or-
think so. And, you know, again, we're going to look at a sample. We've been given some product specifications. This isn't a new product. This is a very old technique, really. And I think you want a little bit of patina to develop to it.
Yeah,
but
no,
it
I'm just
won't be a
thinking freeze thaw.
flaking kind of
Yeah.
effect.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have anything up from Skippy either, and nobody up here seems to want a motion for call-up, so I don't think there's any call-up on that item.
Okay.
That brings us to our next one, which is notice of call-up for HPC approval of 434 East Cooper.
Okay. 434 East Cooper is the former site of the Bidwell Building near Paradise Bakery. This is an older project. It was 2016 when HPC gave final approval to demolish and replace the existing building there. The applicant waited out their period of vested rights nearly, applying finally for a permit close to the end of that time frame that protected their project from later changes in the code. The project obviously has advanced somewhat. The building was taken down. There's been site work. There's been some progress to begin the foundation. But the applicant ownership has changed, ownership's desires. Restoration Hardware has now become the future tenant of the property. So some ideas have changed, some ideas have been refined. They approached community development with some planned revisions to the building, and we needed to spend some time with them just sort of scaling those revisions back, because when you have a project that was approved under codes that have been changed, you can't make significant changes. You can't decide you'd like to add another floor or, you know, totally change the architecture. There's a pretty narrow window that you're allowed to consider revisions. So we worked with them to reduce their scope and then took the project to HPC. So I know these are kind of tiny elevations here, but on the bottom left, are the approved project from 2016. On the bottom right are the revisions. So really what it amounted to is on the ground floor, the proportions of some of the windows became taller and narrower, which was actually more consistent with the historic district, the proportions of Victorian buildings in that area. On the upper floor, there was a very modest change to the shape of the second level, where you see a lot of glazing. That's a dining room. The biggest change, which was the real subject of the HPC review and caused a continuation of the hearing, was skylights proposed for the roof. Initially, the applicant had proposed 5 skylights on the roof, and HPC was concerned with that for a number of reasons. They felt that there might be too much light trespass at night, too much illumination, that the town is looked at in a very three-dimensional way. Of course, from the ski hill, we care about what roofscapes look like. Some call it the 5th facade. It's important, their character and how they relate to the rest of the downtown. So the board continued the hearing for further review on that topic, and also they wanted some more discussion about some of the entry points on the ground floor. They wanted recessed doors in sort of traditional manners on the ground floor. The applicant returned with a responsive design. They reduced their skylights from 5 to 2, and they also are using a glass, it's called a dynamic glass, that can be easily darkened with the flip of a switch. And they're committing that at night they will do so just to reduce light trespass. The approval was unanimous, and staff recommends council uphold the decision.
Just a question, Amy. How many square feet is this new building in total?
I think it is about 17,000 square feet of net leasable is my recollection.
Okay, and it's going to be leased to one business?
Yes.
Essentially? I'm just trying to recall, so long ago, what our codes had for maximum size of one business, because I remember Clark's Market being kind of constrained in its size. Maybe that's gone away because they've taken over some of the spaces that were down below before, like the Happy Carrot vegetarian store and things like that. Is this exceeding any of our maximum FARs for a single business?
No, we did used to have that maximum in the code. It was kind of a chain store provision to prevent overly large single tenants. It was eliminated. And of course, now we have some other ways of trying to address the issue of, larger chain businesses coming into the community, and we've let go of the size constraint.
So we let go of the size constraint, and this is now a single business that's going to have one 17,000 square foot building. So I don't know that we've found any other ways to constrain that.
And this building is also grandfathered. It was approved before those more recent chain store regulations, or formula use, I'm sorry, is really what it's called. Formula retail.
But the building was approved, but you just mentioned it changed ownership. So I don't know that.
I probably shouldn't have put it that way. It's not a change of ownership, it's a change of tenant. But it is an approval that was granted before those formula retail regulations went into place, and so long as they remain the tenant, they're allowed.
Okay, so, and I'm just confused, so I'm just trying to understand, but the size limitation went away before the formula retail came in?
Yes.
And there was a gap when there was no regulation on the size of businesses in Aspen that this one shot through?
I'm a little foggy, and maybe Philip remembers more clearly when we eliminated that provision in the code.
That was eliminated before I started with the city, which would have been prior to 2016.
Okay.
The formula use regulations were adopted by council in the first quarter of 2017. And so how big the gap was between the maximum square footage for a tenant regulations going away
Sure.
and the formula use regulations coming into play, I don't know. And I would just note too, we have not analyzed this building and this tenant for whether or not they comply with the current formula use regulations. And so I don't want to suggest to council or to the public that they don't necessarily comply with those regulations. I don't know how many RH galleries there are in the country. I don't know if they're operated in a way which complies with or doesn't our formula use regulations, and that's an important thing to make sure is part of the discussion.
Yeah. Do you know why there was a decision of a prior council to get rid of any overall size limits for single businesses?
My recollection is it just wasn't particularly effective, and it wasn't triggered
Very often.
and we just let it go. And honestly, I can't remember more clearly than that why we replaced it.
Yeah, well, I think that's something that our community might want to look at again in the future. And I've heard of other businesses saying, oh, well, we're way too small, or frankly, it was Lily Garfield back in the past. She no longer owns Cosbars, but what if a Neiman Marcus bought the Miners Building and it suddenly became just, and there was a lot of concern about the size of potential large-scale commercial operations, even if it's single ownership and it's not a chain coming into town. So it's something
I support that 100%.
I'd like to take a look at in the future.
I agree.
I do
had
too.
a similar phone call with Amy about this, and I think that there is probably an appropriate regulation that can get us what we think will return us smaller, more perhaps accessible, and
Human scale?
the human scale, dare I say, even maybe locally serving. But yes, I support looking into that.
Thank you.
Is there another council member that?
I think John said yes.
We're talking formula retail and maximum business size?
Yeah, or just take a look at the parameters. I don't have anything specific in mind, but it just seems like it's not, and it's not a fault of HPC or their review, they're working within the codes, but it just doesn't seem like it really is, it belongs in Vale, it belongs in Beaver Creek. That's what I look at that building and see.
I have a couple of questions and continue to address your question. This is one tenant, but it has a gallery or retail on the first floor and a restaurant on the second floor?
I believe their description to HPC was that the retail is actually in the basement and that the main and upper floors are dining.
Wow.
And the formula retail passed in the first quarter of 2017, I believe?
That's correct.
And this was approved in 2016?
But the application actually came in, I'd have to look back at my notes, since something like 2013. So it well predated that formula use regulation.
Okay. Before we return to Tori and Rachel's request here, I want to, two questions. One is on, are there other, I'm intrigued with the dynamic glass. Is that being used anywhere else in the city?
I've definitely seen it in residential projects. For instance, like in a bathroom or a bedroom, people will have the option for privacy. Apparently, Restoration Hardware has used it in numerous locations of theirs. It's a very expensive product. They brought a sample and demonstrated it and showed some of their other buildings.
But as far as you know, it's not in use anywhere else in the city?
I don't know, other than those residential applications, which may be a simpler product than this particular one.
Okay, and then this kind of dovetails with that question about the dynamic glass. There is a picture of a night view, and I know that we have had discussions in the past about the linear light ordinance and night skies. In this shows pretty soft lighting on this particular building, but if you look in the upper left-hand corner of that picture is a Hotel Jerome, which I believe is in violation of our linear light. So ordinance I think we started to revisit the linear light, and this COVID-19 or something else came along. We never got back to it. So I'm curious.
You mean the lighting code?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We're actually going to be coming to you in the next few months with a policy resolution and then new code language, We are rewriting and working with a consultant and focus groups and our citizen boards to come up with new regulations for outdoor lighting.
Okay.
And just also for the record, the Hotel Jerome lighting was approved. It's not a violation.
Okay. Thank you for the answers to those questions. I'm not sure where we go with this. If if you're looking for 3 council members to look into maximum business size, is that it?
Yes. I mean, a maximum floor area ratio to a single business. I mean, that's part of what has kept City Market so constrained and Clark's Market so constrained, you know, and any number of businesses in our town over time. But, you know, and then naturally their lot sizes and things like that. But, you know, the redevelopment of Mill Street will be right around the corner. There's literally no commercial property in this town that won't be redeveloped at some point in time. And sometimes they buy neighboring properties, and you can have a huge conglomerate that ends up looking like it belongs in Breckenridge or Vale.
So to clarify, you're asking for a call-up to address that?
No, this one is done. It's the codes as it is, but I think we should have a future work session and talk about whether there should be a maximum FAR for any given single business.
Okay, so this is, you're not asking for a call-up, but you're asking for a future discussion?
Yeah.
Okay, I'd support that.
I totally support, and I want to thank you for bringing it up. I mean, just crunching some quick numbers, if the retail's downstairs, that's 5,600 square feet, which leaves more than 11,000 square feet of restaurant and dining space.
It's a lot of food.
Yeah, well,
Their concept is, or what has been shared with me is, as their concept have changed over the last couple of years. But according to, you know, some of the offerings from Restoration Hardware is the idea of, what was said to me, of a gathering space, that the first floor would be open and welcoming, seating areas and the like. That's what was shared with me.
I'm not interested in calling this up, but I am interested in getting that hole filled and something built.
Yeah.
I don't want Restoration Hardware to be known for a permanent hole in the ground. So if there's anything we can do, and if the developers are listening, I want to see that building built.
Community development staff shares that sentiment, council member, and we're really working as hard as we can with the applicant to finish what they've started over there.
Skippy.
Yeah, I also don't want to call this up, and I support Rachel's desire to talk about this, but you know, Rachel, you said you're interested in bringing the square footage thing back up in the desire to protect, you know, affordability, locality, et cetera. And I just want that to be the focus. And it may be the case that maximum floor area is the right tool, but I really want to check in with the business community, et cetera, in this, because it's, you know, I mean, if we just look at the market, right, the cheapest places to buy stuff, Walmart, et cetera, are the biggest for a reason. And so oftentimes the sort of the unit dynamics of making a business smaller actually cause artificially inflated prices. And I just want to make sure we're not picking the wrong solution to the right problem.
yeah. You know, and I fully agree with you, Skippy. I just like to look at this 360 degrees, kind of a holistic, and see if there's something to go. But, you know, I could, which we've seen before throughout the town in history, I could look at this building and see somebody coming back 6 or 7 years later and saying, wow, we really couldn't afford all that dining and gathering space. And you see each one of those windows being subdivided into a single smaller store. You know, that's the type of thing I think is the danger of having overly large businesses, but or buildings rather. We'll take a look. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I mean, an interesting counterpoint, same owner, other building across from City Hall, started out with a bunch of small spaces and has slowly migrated into bigger and bigger spaces, and no more affordable are they for it.
Thank you, Skippy. There doesn't seem to be any call-up for 434 East Cooper.
Thank you.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
Thanks, Philip. Thanks, Amy.
Thank you, Amy.
Brings us down to first reading of ordinances. The first one we have is ordinance number 16. These are updates to Title 25 Utilities. We could take a motion to read. Yeah, come on up.
I would make a motion to read ordinance number 16.
I'll second.
A motion and a second for reading of ordinance number 16.
Is this ordinance 16 a resolution?
It's under first reading of ordinances.
Any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for reading of ordinance number 16?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Mesereau,
Yes.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes, thank you.
Ordinance number 16, series of 2022, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aspen, Colorado, amending and adding to Title 25 of the Municipal Code of the City of Aspen Utilities, specifically Chapters 25.04 Electricity, 25.08 Water Service, General Provisions, 25.12 Utility Connections, 25.16 Water Rates and Charges, and 25.30 Water Efficient Landscaping Standards.
That was just the reading.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It's not the vote.
Any discussion around the updates?
No. Good evening, Council, Mayor, Justin Foreman, Operations Manager with the Utilities Department. As you can see, first time doing this. Tyler sends his regrets as he's traveling to Nebraska to represent Aspen's renewable energy interests in Nebraska. We're in front of you tonight for the public hearing of ordinance number 16, series of 2022. This is the annual updates of utility rates and fees captured within Title 25 of Municipal Code. Everything in the packet is the same material that was presented to City Council at the October 18th Utilities Budget Work Session. It's important to note no changes to that document have occurred since last review from Council. Overall, we feel the language, rates, and fees of Title 25 support the water and electric, both with daily and ongoing utility functions for the community. Staff is seeking council support for Ordinance 16 here tonight, and we will be back on the 29th for second reading. I think it's important to know that we need to work through the first and second readings because we are required 30 days for rates, 30 days to be in place so our rates can go into effect January 1st. Here to answer any questions, or if I can't answer any questions, we'll get to you at the next reading.
I have no questions for second reading.
No, none at all. We went through it with budget, appreciate that. I would make a motion to approve ordinance 16 on first reading.
I'll second.
Motion is second. We have any further discussion? I just want to point out a couple of things here. This is the 5th year of a 5-year program. So again, this is the last year that we are proposing as part of this package for rate increases. A lot of the rate increases that you see here are 1.5% and less for some categories, up to 4% for some of your larger users. We at City Council are very sensitive to these costs, fixed costs for our residents. Nobody likes raising rates, but we have seen our costs going up, and we have done our best to manage that through this 5-year rate increase program. So I will be supporting it this evening, and I have no further questions or information that I'll need for second reading. But if there are members of the public, it will be a public hearing for second reading, so you're welcome to join us then. With that, could we have a roll call vote for ordinance number 16 on first reading, please?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Mesereau,
Yes.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
And yes.
Scott, could you kick the heat up just a little bit, please?
I would make a motion for first reading of ordinance number 18, series of 2022. I'm making a motion for first reading of ordinance number 18. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second for reading of ordinance number 18. Any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for reading of ordinance number 18?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Mazzaro,
Yes, mute button.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes.
Ordinance number 18, series of 2022, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aspen, Colorado, appropriating an increase in 1, the 2022 municipal budget, and 2, the 2022 budget for Truscott Phase 2 Affordable Housing Fund, which is a component unit fund of the City of Aspen, and authorizing appropriations pursuant thereto.
Thank you. Hey,
We made that title easier, by the way. It doesn't read every number for every fund anymore.
Could we have that on second reading?
Add it. It's up to you. So this is the fall ordinance for the city and the component unit for the city. The total request for the city is 14.4 million, which is a larger number. I do want to break that down for the council and for the public. 9 million of that is for previous approved items or technical items. And to kind of summarize some of that $9 million of previous approved or technical, there's 2.2 million in there for the ISIS sale that was done on October 14th that we closed that deal and was already discussed at the council table. We have 1.2 million as a pass-through for the lodging tax for tourism promotion. We have a $1 million parks acquisition for Moore Ranch. That was already discussed again at the council table. We have another 900,000 for, again, pass-through for education for sales tax collections for this public schools. That's 5.3 of the 9 million. There's a few other items below that. In addition to that 9 million, there's 5.4 million in new asks. And again, I can break that down fairly quickly if the council and the public would like. 3 million for Burlingame to finish out that project and to bring it to close. We just want to fund that project, get it moving, get it completed so we can get it out to the public. 750,000 for employee benefits. Basically, our claims costs are running a little bit hot, and so I think we need a little bit of a buffer in there. We do have the reserve in the fund balance, so there's no concern there in terms of any unfunded need. $350,000 would be for an IT rack for this building to basically move some of the data center over to this facility. 300,000 for employee housing. We have two projects. One is a retaining wall out at Water Place, and the other one is one of the recent units we bought out at Snowmass that needs a little bit of renovation before we can put people into that space. And another 200,000 would be for additional outreach on the new Castle Creek Bridge that you all have demonstrated how nice it looks. So that's 4.7 out of the 5.4, but the full list of items is in the packet. And with that, I guess I would pause and just request any questions that we might be able to answer either tonight or at second reading.
I have no questions for tonight.
Questions?
What was the last number? What was the additional supplemental for the Castle Creek, New Castle Creek?
So $200,000 to do additional outreach to really get that messaging out and be able to solicit the community feedback on the decision of record and that kind of thing. Thanks.
I would make a motion to approve ordinance number 18, series of 2022, the 2022 fall supplemental budget adjustments on first reading.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Can we have a roll call vote for ordinance number 18, please?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Mazzaro,
Yes.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. Thank you.
I would make a motion for first reading of ordinance number 19, series of 2022, the City of Aspen 2023 fee schedule.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Could we please have a roll call vote for reading of ordinance number 19?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Mazzaro,
Yes.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes.
Ordinance number 19, series of 2022, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aspen, Colorado, amending the municipal code of the City of Aspen to adjust certain municipal fees included under Section 2 and 26 of the municipal code.
So ordinance 19, the impacts of which were basically discussed during the budget process over the last month. Included in the packet is a list of changes. The highlights would be that there are changes in areas of golf, recreation, red brick, the Wheeler, for the main sections, and then there was one change each for both engineering, parking, and the Molly's spaces as well. There was only one new proposed change for council tonight that was not discussed during the budget hearings, and that was putting in an electric vehicle charging fee for the level 2 chargers that are dispersed throughout town. Currently, we do not charge for those, but this would do an up to 25 cents per kilowatt hour on those chargers. It does not waive the parking requirement.
Yeah. And is there a credit card reader on those machines already?
That's correct, yes.
Great. I would make a motion to approve ordinance number 19, series of 2022, City of Aspen 2023 fee schedule on first reading.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion, requests for information, or the like? Skippy, go right ahead.
Yeah, Pete, for the 25 cent per kilowatt hour, what does that convert to in real terms for someone saying, you know, filling up a full or half? Well, I guess there's a limit to the time, but filling up an average car.
I'm going to have to punt and come back with an answer for you at second reading.
Yeah, I'll just want to understand that because it's precedent setting in a pretty big way, and depending on what we're charging, it intersects with so many of other environmental policies. So not immediately against it, but I want to know in real dollars what that looks like. Let's say average car here is that Porsche Cayenne, because that seems to be the most common electric.
Yeah. It will likely be variable based on the amount of, well, actually, I shouldn't say that. For the time of day when I have a level 2 charger at a home residential space, there is variable pricing, so that would affect the rate. But I don't know, and I will get back to the council prior to second
I might have to talk with Tyler about all that.
Yeah.
I would think so. Thank you.
Yeah, Pete, point of clarification, please. I think at the rest of the charging stations throughout town, there is not a fee, but we want to go towards a fee.
So the superchargers the few that we have around town, which is a level 3 charger, do have charging. You still have to pay for your charging currently. It's only level 2s that we don't have charging fees for yet. But those fees are basically intended to cover the operational costs of those units and the sale of the power.
In that the parking fees are in effect for all of those charging
They are
stations?
currently, that's correct.
Okay. And so are there level 2 charging stations around where there's no fee?
Where there's no fee?
Yes.
For parking?
No, for the charging.
Right now, all of our level 2 chargers do not have a charging fee. In other communities, they certainly do charge for that.
Yeah, is that a direction that we want to go in? That's a question that for us to noodle on.
Yeah, I mean, I want to take a look at the question that Skippy asked when we get to the second reading, to be sure, but, you know, kind of doing a free for introductory for a period of time, I think is okay, but you get to a point where you have to cover your costs, so,
Yeah, I think it's been free for a number of years.
yeah, so. And I don't know what the county's doing. They had a couple charging stations at the Public Works building there and maybe a few others, so they may or may not be charging, I don't know. Anyhow, we have a motion on the floor.
Yeah, I was just going through, one of the issues that came up for us that we talked about recently was park usage fees and programming. And Sarah, I'm just wondering when is a best time? I think, we were talking about last year about yoga in the park, trainers using parks and the like. When would be the best time for us to visit that as not just the fees that are being applied, but for that usage? This
Sure.
council sounded like they were encouraging more of that outdoor usage, fitness and the like. When would we want to visit that?
Sure. Just for clarity for the public, this is outside of Ordinance 17 completely. The council provided direction in work session during third quarter. I forget which month it was. Staff are going back and working on that and what those code amendments would look like. We initially thought that would come back to you still this calendar year, but I did just hear that staff needs a little more time. So it's going to be sometime during first quarter. And balancing the privatization, essentially, of these public spaces versus general community access will continue to be the root of your conversation and the root of the concerns we hear back from the community.
And along that vein is not necessarily the privatization. I'm just wondering about even if it's done as city activities or through our rec department or what it looks like. I don't know, but I appreciate it. We'll have that discussion first quarter next year. Skippy, do you have something else there?
No, sorry, I forgot to put down my hand.
No problem.
That's why I was getting so tired.
We have a motion and a second. With no further discussion, we will take a roll call vote on first reading of ordinance number 19, City of Aspen 2023 fee schedule.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Mazzaro?
Yes.
Counselor Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes. Thank you, Pete. And I wish that Andrew was here so I could thank him as well. But he's warm down in Texas right now, I think. That'll bring us to our public hearings this evening. First one for us is resolution number 128 and 129. These are temporary use requests coming from the St. Regis and Catch Steak.
Good evening. I'm Kevin Reyes with the Planning Department. I'm going to be taking this review through with council this evening. I just want to provide a little bit of context. What we're going to do is have the applicants go ahead and present first, and then staff will follow up. But just to provide a little background, we've so far received, I think, 5 applications for temporary use requests, which is an unprecedented number for this year, just much higher than what we've seen in the past. And I'll speak to that in a little bit. But the reason we're batching these requests tonight is because of the large number of applications that we've seen. It's a way to help save staff time and staff capacity. But with that said, we want to make sure that council takes each review under consideration separately and on a case-by-case basis. So we'll have each applicant go ahead and make a presentation, and then we'll follow up. Let's see. We got Alan Richmond right here. You can go ahead and go first, Alan. He is representing the St. Regis, and I'll go ahead and share my screen. And you can...
Great. And before you start, Alan, I just want us to be clear, so either Sarah or Kevin, maybe you could let us know what is the scope of council's authority here to to approve, deny, approve with modifications. And then we have in front of us 2, but you said that there's 5.
That's right. So tonight we have 2 requests. We're batching them and trying to make them, not overwhelm the whole hearing. So in 2 weeks from now, November 29th, we'll have 3 more requests. One is from the Limelight, one is from Jing, and the other one is from Almresi, the restaurant. And then December 6th, pending if these 2 applicants fully submit an application, we'll have 2 more requests. And that will be from Duamani, the restaurant Duamani, and then one other restaurant that I can't quite remember. But that will bring us to a total of 7. We have 2 applications that we're kind of waiting on. That's sort of the plan for now. So that's why we're kind of breaking it up in this manner.
Ben, can you please respond, I believe, to the purview? I believe these are discretionary approvals, but can you speak to what the code reads, please?
Yeah, I think, Mr. Mayor, to your point, the 2 actions in front of you are for 2 separate land use cases that we have public noticed, dealt with in the 2 separate proposed ordinances, one for the St. Regis and one for Catch Stake. And just as you said, I think on each of them, you can approve them as they're written. You can deny them. You could approve with modifications and conditions. So I think as we go forward through the conversation, on these 2 particular applications, council has discretion in response to the resolutions that have been presented to you.
Thank you for that. And my last question on this would be, do you have any idea, depending on council's feelings on these, or in 2 weeks, or in 4 weeks, are there others that we would be seeing as well?
We have written pre-applications, which is a document we provide anyone who's interested in pursuing an application. We've written over a dozen to different restaurants in town. We haven't heard back from the 7 that we've discussed. We've obviously received applications and a lot of interest. From the remaining pre-applications that we've sent out, we haven't heard much back from those other restaurants. But with that said, what we're trying to do is provide each applicant the due process that is warranted for them, and try to do it before the holiday season, just so that they have clarity on whether or not this is something that they can pursue. So if we don't get something within the next week or so, I imagine we will not be seeing any more applications.
Thank you. All right.
Yes. Good evening. I'm Alan Richmond, and I'm here tonight representing the St. Regis Aspen Resort and also the Snow Lodge, which is a tenant within the St. Regis that operates the space that was formerly known as the Chef's Club. As you saw when we walked in, there are a large number of us from the St. Regis team that are here tonight. I'll introduce a few of them to you, and maybe they can just raise their hand. We've got the owner of the hotel, Stefan DeBatz, here. We've got Heather Sting-Hart, the general manager of the hotel. Kim French, the director of event planning and operations. Ryan Christ, who oversees bookings at the hotel. Brian Paul, who's the head of engineering at the hotel. And who have I missed? I think you did a good job. Okay. The applicant is requesting to erect several temporary structures at the St. Regis. The drawing, which is on the screen before you right now, shows the overall layout of the St. Regis, and it identifies the internal courtyards within the St. Regis where the temporary structures would all be erected. So the 4 spaces in question, the names are the Fountain Courtyard, which you see is kind of right in the center of the hotel. When you walk into the entry from the porte cochere, you go straight back and you end up in the Fountain Courtyard. You've got the Mill Street Courtyard, which of course sits along Mill Street, but is well below Mill Street. So it sits about, 10 or 20 feet in elevation below Mill Street and is not really readily viewable from the street. And that courtyard is adjacent to the Snow Lodge inside restaurant, and that's where the Snow Lodge operates, in that courtyard as well. The Mountain Plaza, which sits above Monarch Street, is kind of the highest up of the 4 courtyards, and then the pool deck, which sits between the Fountain Courtyard and the Mill Street Courtyard. All these spaces are surrounded by wings of the hotel, and all of them are generally not visible from off the property. They're certainly not at all visible from downtown. You'd have to be walking along either Mill Street or Monarch Street to see any of those courtyards. So the structures, the temporary structures, which are proposed by this application would be as follows. And you can go to the next slide. So this is a picture of the Fountain Courtyard tent from the outside. That is a special events tent that's used for weddings and receptions, basically all for special events. We're requesting that the tent be erected for up to 40 days per year in the spring, summer, and fall. It's primarily erected in the Fountain Courtyard, although in the past it has at times been erected in the Mountain Plaza and in the pool deck. I think we've got one more shot of, if you continue, that's kind of what the tent looks like from the inside. Okay, so special events tent. The second one are the dining yurts. We're requesting the ability to do 4 dining yurts in the Fountain Courtyard. These are only up in the winter. They're small. They're about 200 square feet in size. They have 8 seats within them. So you see that the courtyard itself remains intact. There's quite a bit of space around the yurts. They do not take up the entire courtyard. The next one would be the Snow Lodge's tent, and that's a picture of it. So that's the Mill Street Courtyard with the tent that is used for dining outside of the Snow Lodge. And then the last one is a small winter dome. That's the inside of the Snow Lodge tent. And then the last shot is the Mountain Plaza Dome that is visible from Monarch Street. It's a small dome. It's about a 30-foot diameter. It has been used in the past for retail business, one retail business, and that's what it would be used for in the coming winter if it is approved. And there's a second shot following it of the inside of the dome with a dog. I think the one important thing to note about all of these temporary uses is that they have all been authorized previously at the St. Regis, and we are asking that those be renewed by the City Council. I think it's also quite notable that 2 of the temporary uses were approved by the City Council well before the pandemic. So you can kind of differentiate temporary uses that were allowed during the loosened regulations of the pandemic and those which have a longer history to them. And 2 of these have that longer history. So the special events tent was approved by this council in 2017. That approval authorized a tent to be erected for 40 days per year. It was a 5-year approval, so the approval was from 2017 to 2022. The approval authorized that special events tent to be erected within any one of the courtyards. Interestingly, during the 5-year term, the tent has actually only been erected for an average of 26 days per year, a total of 130 days, where the approval authorized 200. So we're well below our approved allowance. But we're asking, now that the 5 years is ending, we're asking for the city to renew that permit. The other temporary use on the property, which was authorized before the pandemic, is the one located in the Mill Street Courtyard. It was a little bit different in form when you approved it, but back in 2018, you might remember the Chefs Club came in and proposed 10 dining yurts that would be erected throughout the winter from December 2018 through April 2019 in the Mill Street Courtyard. The council approved that. You approved it for 1 year only. And then during the pandemic, the Snow Lodge, which became the tenant of the space during the pandemic, received an approval to erect a tent there as one of the pandemic approvals. The other 2 temporary uses, the 4 dining yurts in the Fountain Courtyard, which contain, as I said, 8 seats per yurt, and the dome in the Mountain Plaza, which is for retail. Those were both permitted only during the pandemic, during the period of loosened regulations. In the staff memo, they are supporting our request to renew the special events tent for another 5 years, which we thank them for. When the council granted that approval in 2017, the resolution that was approved actually stated that not only was the St. Regis granted a 5-year approval, but we were invited to come back for a second 5-year renewal, administratively. In other words, not to come to council, but that the staff could approve that administratively. And the staff has said in the memo that they are prepared to do that. The reason that the special events tent is even being discussed with the council tonight is that although we have not used 40 nights or 40 days per year across the 5-year period, in 2022, with the pandemic being over, the tent has actually been up for a total of 43 days this year. The building department permitted 43 days. The applicant is requesting to do one more event, which is a special event over New Year's. It'll take 5 days to set up for, hold, and take down the tent for that event. It is a charity benefit event, and since we're already over 40, the staff is referring that request to the City Council for you to authorize those additional 5 days. We hope that you will do that since it's a charity benefit event, and since overall we will still be well below what Council authorized when you first granted the tent back in 2017. We're disappointed, though, that the staff has recommended that our other temporary use permits not be granted. We think there are compelling reasons to approve these requests. We think the facts that surround this particular application are different than the other temporary use permits of which we are aware, and so I'd like to bring those reasons to your attention, and then there are a couple of people from the team that also want to speak to this. So first, the temporary uses would all be located entirely on private property. Our temporary use request did not involve the use of the public right-of-way, which I know was quite controversial during the pandemic. We're not using the public right-of-way in any respect. And furthermore, the structures would be placed in courtyards where tents have been erected before and where there have been no complaints about the operation. So these are really quite hidden. Secondly, as I say, the structures are hidden from view. They're internal to the hotel, and they have little to no visual impact. In the staff memo, they've stated that they find that the temporary structures would be inconsistent with the city's commercial design guidelines, due primarily to their materials and their design. Now, I was involved with the creation of the commercial design guidelines back in 2016. And as I read those guidelines, and I've read them carefully, they don't really address temporary structures in any direct manner. The design guidelines were written for permanent buildings, and they address permanent building materials and permanent styles of design. So I don't think it's at all surprising that you don't find any language in the design guidelines that suggest what type of material might be best for a tent or a yurt. It's not in the guidelines. The guidelines talk about materials being permanent and matching other materials in the city. Well, to me, that's kind of silly when we talk about a temporary structure. And I think most folks would expect that a temporary structure might look quite different than our permanent buildings around the city. The difference in those temporary buildings, and we have them throughout the city, is kind of what makes them fun, and it's kind of what makes them an attraction to our visitors. So the fact that they're not compatible with our historic character, they're not supposed to be, I don't think. The staff report also finds that having temporary uses in these courtyards is inconsistent with the intent of the pedestrian amenity requirements for commercial buildings. I might mention that this building was built about 30 years before we had pedestrian amenity requirements for buildings in the Lodge Zone District. But the code describes pedestrian amenity as spaces which contribute to an exciting, vibrant downtown and create a pleasant pedestrian shopping and entertainment atmosphere. We couldn't agree more. The whole point of having these temporary structures in these courtyards is to activate them in the winter for guests of the hotel and for the general public. We're not walling off these spaces. As you saw in the pictures, there's room within the spaces for people to continue to walk through them, and we're certainly not fully enclosing them. Instead, you'd find small yurts dotting the courtyard, a small dome in the Mountain Plaza. The tent in the Mill Street courtyard does not capture the entire courtyard. These structures will provide a destination for the public within these courtyards and activate those spaces for people to use them. I've been reading planning studies about urban open spaces and urban courtyards for as long as I can remember. And Every single one of those studies says that a courtyard or an open space needs an attraction. It needs a draw for them to be used by the public. Very often we find, and these studies have happened in the courtyards that you see in front of big buildings in Manhattan, the thing that draws people into these spaces is often food. Sometimes it's activities, but you need something there. Otherwise, the space is desolate and it's uninviting, and that's not what we want. We want them to be active. We want them to be pedestrian amenities. Third, there's more than adequate parking on site for hotel guests and others who would patronize these businesses. In fact, the hotel has an oversupply of parking. Fourth, the applicant has agreed to provide affordable housing mitigation pursuant to the formula which is specified in the growth management section of the code. The applicant agrees with the staff's calculation and is prepared to pay the fees. Fifth, the proposed tent in the Mill Street courtyard does not represent an expansion or an extension of the restaurant use as suggested by staff. The Snow Lodge already provides dining and beverage service in this courtyard during the warmer months without a tent. The capacity of the courtyard during these times is as much as twice what is proposed within the tent. Furthermore, the food and beverage license for the Snow Lodge includes the Mill Street courtyard within its premises. Outdoor dining there is a year-round feature of the restaurant, and the tent just creates a comfortable environment for restaurant patrons in the winter. It's not an expansion of the business. 6, the tent, yurts, and dome are an energy-efficient way of utilizing these spaces. We've all seen around town how space heaters using propane are used around town in locations where restaurants don't have the ability to erect a tent over an outdoor patio. The tent, the dome, and the yurt will be a far better method of containing heat than the space heaters, which project heat to the outside air. The hotel uses efficient fireplaces in the yurts and natural gas-powered forced air units in the dome. The Snow Lodge tent will have an extra layer of material that it uses for soundproofing, which is going to help insulate it for heat purposes. The reason we're asking you to allow the tent and yurts is so that the hotel and Snow Lodge don't end up using the less efficient area space heaters in these courtyards in order to serve their guests who want to dine outside. And Brian Paul will have more to say about that in his comments. 7, the property is located in the heart of the tourist lodging district where uses like this would be expected. In fact, feedback we receive from guests indicate that the uses offered within these temporary structures are desired amenities which hotel guests want to see provided on the St. Regis property. I think we've all noticed during the pandemic, people became quite accustomed to the idea of dining and other activities in tent-like structures, and many people enjoy those types of experiences. Maybe that's why you're seeing so many of these requests that are coming before you. 8, and there's only 2 more. While there are no COVID-related health orders or occupancy restrictions in Aspen today, there are many people, particularly people of my age, who are not yet comfortable with the idea of dining in a traditional restaurant environment. The tent outside of the Snow Lodge and the yurts in the Fountain Courtyard will offer a viable alternative to those people. And if the virus spreads again this winter, as some think is quite likely, having tents like this in place will serve an even more valuable function. Finally, we'd ask that you consider that this temporary use application was made pursuant to the city's currently adopted temporary use regulations. The applicant first contacted the city staff about this renewal in July and has been working diligently with staff for months to get to this hearing. The application which we've submitted, we believe, complies with the city's adopted code requirements for temporary uses. Now, if the city's not comfortable with any aspect of the temporary use regulations, as is alluded to in the staff memo, such as the affordable housing requirements, we can fully understand why you'd want to revise those regulations. But we comply with the regulations that you've adopted today. If you think that temporary structures should not be allowed for an entire season and instead should only be for special events, we can understand that as well. But the code today expressly allows a temporary use to be in place for up to 180 days. So we believe that fairness dictates that you evaluate this application based on the rules currently in effect, because this applicant has relied on those rules in preparing and submitting this application. We're now just a matter of days from the start of the ski season, and the hotel, restaurant, and retail businesses have all been busy getting ready to operate this winter. Employees have been hired. Guests have made reservations to utilize the Snow Lodge courtyard. At no time until late last week was the applicant given any indication that this permit request would not be supported. For the city to deny this request at this time would create enormous difficulties for the hotel and the Snow Lodge. So I'd like Stefan to come up and give you some sense of just the kind of difficulties that this might create.
Rachel.
I'd like to ask you a question, Alan,
Please.
before we go to the next portion. You used the term very distinctly in this last section to say a special use. But being 4 different areas, it sounds like you're asking for 4 different special uses on one property.
We're asking for, yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
so it's 4 special uses on one property, not 1 special use for one
4
property.
temporary uses, that's correct.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Mayor, City Council.
See you.
Hello, do you hear me? Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to express my feelings about this application and this situation. I'm Stefan De Bates. I'm a part owner of the St. Regis. We bought this property in 2010. So I'm living in Aspen now, so I'm an Aspen resident. I fell in love with the city. And I think that over the years we've been good actors and we've worked well with the city. What I would like to express is a little bit of surprise that a similar application has been put in the past with a successful outcome. As I understand it, the rules and regulations have not changed. So we took business decisions, including signing lease to subtenant, taking business contract, hiring people, renting home for lodgings, under the premises that if the rules and regulations have not changed, the outcome shouldn't change either. So I'm a little bit shell-shocked that at the very last minute, we're talking 10 days from reopening the hotel and reopening the city, we are being assured that there could be a complete different outcome of a very similar application. And it kind of baffled me a little bit because, as you understand, I'm a businessman. We make investment, we give direction, we create brand content, we engage into relationship with vendors. And I think a lot of the reputation of our business is at stake to turn back at the last minute and say, sorry, what we took for granted because of a past experience is no longer true. And therefore, I would question and say, how do we know what rules and regulation as a business to follow? And what is the implication to employees, to vendors, to lodging, to tax revenue as well, because we pay tax on the income generated by these venues, as well as we pay a tax to the city for just erecting those tents as well. And then the other thought that I would like to express is, I understand that the city is very conscious about being carbon neutral, right? And to me, I cannot tell a tenant that signed a lease, don't do business in the courtyard that has been licensed to do business. But I can tell the tenant and say, be responsible at how do you do business. That means preserve energy, no noise pollution, no light pollution. Removing the ability to do that business under a tent, I'm afraid that what they're going to do exactly what Alan has said. They're going to put rows of space heaters, and we're going to burn energy for no reason, and it's going to make noise. But it's probably not going to stop the fact that the tenant will want to amortize their lease so that they can do business over the space that has been leased from the hotel. So I understand some of the concern of the staff. I honestly do not believe that they apply to the situation of the St. Regis. We are already in compliance of the affordable housing. We are being audited regularly. We have more than enough car spaces. In fact, I think we have too many car spaces. So those considerations I do not think apply to us, and I would kindly ask you to consider giving a positive approval to those requests.
Thank you. I need clarification on a couple things. We have in our packet Figure 6, St. Regis site layout with four colored locations. One is referred to as the pool deck, but in our table, it does not reflect that. Which tent is the pool deck?
It has been used at times for special events, but there is no specific tent requested in the pool deck.
You are not requesting a pool deck tenting.
That's correct.
Thank you. Then on the one that is the largest of your tents, almost 4,000 square feet, fountain courtyard, the request there is for 5 days. 5 days is needed in 2022. It will be removed on January 1 of 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. The other ones are either 140 days or 121 days, depending on which tent it is. Are there any other council member questions at this time?
Well, and just to clarify, and then the fountain courtyard tent is 40 days in 2023 and every year thereafter.
Right, and as I said,
So it's 5 years to make up what makes even in 2022, and then 40 days per year going forward.
yes, in the council's prior approval of that special events tent, the council authorized us to get another 5-year renewal of that tent administratively. And the staff is prepared to do that and is not asking council to take that action tonight. The staff will do that administratively. That's for special events like weddings and the like.
Yeah. I want to make one statement at this time. A lot has changed in the last 5 years. So council approvals from 2017, conditions are different. And that goes from everything from the tents that are being used to the applications where they are and the increased desire for them around our entire community. So a lot of conditions have changed. I'm not really in favor of 10-year kind of approvals on anything, but so we'll revisit that. But I assume that that's under the council's purview as well about how many years, term, and this kind of thing. But my question here was, while you're requesting 40 days in 2023, this largest 4,000 square foot tent is currently scheduled only to be utilized over the extreme peak holiday and New Year's and to be taken down thereafter. It's not to continue for 40 days after January 1st. Okay, thank you. All right, John?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, this Mountain Plaza Dome is for a retail vendor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Board, any questions?
Yeah, I
clarifications?
need some clarification on, first of all, the COVID-19 approvals that was a total different time and different conditions. So we're back to what was in effect prior to COVID-19. I want clarification on the 40 days maximum usage of the different temporary use structures, if I can get that from Kevin or Ben, please.
Yes, Councilmember Howenstein. You want to know more about the structure and the fountain courtyard and what would be allowed in that? Is that?
Well, I see that there's one structure that's been used 43 days and is supposed to have been limited to 40 days. I know that our temporary structures that were allowed should have been removed, I think, by May 1st of this year, that were under the COVID-19 extended uses. So if there were temporary structures that were remaining after that May 1st deadline, I'd like to have clarification on that.
Yeah, to the best of staff's knowledge, I think St. Regis removed everything by the deadline. We didn't have any issues with the St. Regis on that. But to clarify, so the 40-day period that was approved in 2017 has already been met, and they've reached 43 days. So that extra 5 days for New Year's is what they're asking for, since they've already exceeded what was allowed for this year.
But just to clarify, the 40 days are random days throughout the year when the tent is erected and taken back down. There's no 40 continuous days.
That's right.
It's just that they have to add up to only 40 in a year.
Yes.
Correct.
And they exceeded last year. They're asking for 5 days to cover the remainder of 2022 and 40 random days in 2023.
Yeah, this tent is used for weddings, receptions, special events.
But it doesn't stay up all the time.
It does not stay, it goes up and it comes down, and the 40 days includes the time it takes to erect it, the time it takes to use it, and the time it takes to take it down. And my understanding is the building department worked close, because the building department has to issue a permit for the erection of the tent every time it goes up. And the building department worked very carefully with the special event staff at the St. Regis and permitted it to go up for the 43 days, given the
No,
fact
I
that
understand.
it takes time for it to go up and down.
It's just kind of how it's written in our memo, and it just says 40 days a year thereafter, and it makes it sound like it's a 40 continuous days, so I
Not at
wanted
all.
to clarify that. That's all. Thank you.
It's the
We're
spring,
talking about
summer,
the
and fall special
3,600
events.
square foot tent.
Yeah, 39.
Yep.
Yeah, 3960.
Then there's a couple of facets to this. It's not just as simple as covering ground and being able to use it. There's impact fees here, and I have two questions, just for information's sake. One, I'm wondering how's the St. Regis doing for employees right now?
Hi, it's Heather. We're doing very well.
I'll need you to come up.
Heather is the
Thanks so
general
much,
manager.
Heather.
Hi, it's Heather. We actually have a really solid staff for our winter season. In fact, we had our orientation today, and we feel really comfortable about where we're sitting.
Does the St. Regis own lodging? Do you have people in housing that you guys sponsor? Or?
So we have deeded housing. We have deeded housing in the Ute, Alpena, Copper House, and then we have also signed leases in several areas throughout the Roaring Fork Valley. So the hotel, in fact, pays the lease, and then we get reimbursed by the employees.
There were quite substantial affordable housing requirements associated with the approval of the Ritz back in the 1980s when I was on the staff, and those have carried through in this PUD. So this project certainly did not skate on affordable housing at all. My recollection is the mitigation was in the 150 to 200 FTE range for the project.
But doesn't the Alpena House deed restriction expire? I've seen it marketed in the newspapers as a potential redevelopment opportunity.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It was a 50-year deed, and we're on year 30, so there's still 20 years left.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Appreciate you. I'm going to look to Skippy. Did you have any clarifying questions or comments at this time?
Not at this time.
Okay. Bring it back to council. Rachel.
Yeah. You're right, Tori. A lot of times things have changed in this town and a lot of the issues. And I think it's really fair to say that concerns regarding climate change have really picked up globally, let alone here in our community. 5 years ago, they weren't saying we only had a 5-year window left to really get this under control. But this does put me or us in an awkward situation being so close to the beginning of the winter season and some of the issues that are here. I really feel comfortable with the temporary tent as I've seen it before because it is all within the confines of the wings of the hotel. It really isn't street facing per se. But, I also can look at what mitigations would be owed for all this over the course of a 5-year period. And, I don't think it would buy down one person's rent for a couple of years. So it is an employment generator that may be beyond what the original building was measured for. But all this being said, I was looking at this, and I'm just throwing it out on the table for others' consideration, to only do these as a all four requests, or all four of the special permit requests, but for a one-year period, and not do a 5-year lease on this, and have a better chance for council to look at this and go forward. I think council is going to be discussing whether an outdoor natural gas heating of any form is acceptable in today's environment, whether it's within these facilities or whether it's on a street light, outdoor open table, no tent or anything. I think there'll probably be an opportunity to use electric power that way, but not things that are going to be emitting methane throughout the drilling process all the way up to delivery of the flame. And that would be a thought I would have, is to allow these to go forward similar to they have before, but only a 1-year period, not a 5-year lease, and have time for council and staff to look at whether there should be revisions to our code related to outdoor heating methods or fuels, and are these sort of expansions of use something that should be continued in the future at a regular basis. I see each one of these, if there's others coming down the pike or not, as entirely unique. I do not see any carryover of precedent between one or the other, of ones that haven't even materialized yet. But this does not use public open space, and it is not visible to the general public. It doesn't detract from the historic core in that sort of sense. So that would be my suggestion for a resolution of this tonight.
Thank you. John?
Yeah, I just have a couple comments. I agree with a lot of what Rachel said, but I do have problems with heating outdoor spaces. I think that's pretty well known about around with my colleagues here at the table. And I just did some little research, and I found that the St. Regis is 280,000 square feet, which is more than the amount of the Jerome and the Little Mill combined. And you're asking for more space for not only food and beverage, but also for retail. And I feel that those uses are going to compete with businesses that already exist in our city. So I have problems with this. The Fountain Plaza tent doesn't bother me as much, but the rest of the structures do. I'm against I'm against temporary structures. I think it creates an unlevel playing field with the rest of our businesses across the city, and heating these spaces does not align with council goals.
Thank you. I'll come back to you on some of those comments. Ward, any input?
Yeah, the 4 yurts, those are new. They were used during COVID-19, but they're new requests.
They were used during the pandemic, yes.
Yeah, and
They were also used as
and you're asking for 140 days a year for all 4 of those yurts. And Ellen, and respectfully, in your presentation, you said it's not an expansion of operation, yet under the purpose, it's additional restaurant seating. So outdoor in the summertime is one thing. In the winter, I think it does add additional expansion of the operation. I just want clarification on those 4 yurts. Or those are new during the new norm after the COVID-19 health restrictions or the seating restrictions that were in effect from the state and from the county?
Heather points out that the yurts were used in the Mill Street courtyard by the Chef's Club in 2018, and they're owned by the hotel, and they're now proposed to be used in the Fountain Courtyard.
I'm sorry, you trailed off it then. They are not being proposed to be used?
No, they are. They're being proposed to be used in the Fountain Courtyard, yes.
So the yurts, the yurts used to be used in the outside of the Chef's Club in that courtyard.
That's correct.
The hotel owns those yurts. They are seeking to utilize those yurts in the Fountain Courtyard.
Yes,
area.
as they've been done over the last
and
couple of years.
As opposed to the Chef's Club courtyard, and the Chef's Club is requesting to tent their courtyard.
Correct,
Thank you.
as was done during the pandemic.
Okay, and then for clarification, this isn't temporary use, this is 140 days, continuous days?
Yes.
And was it used and approved previously for 140 days in continuous use?
There was a tent at the club before? I thought you were saying it was new.
The tent at the
Chef's
Snow Lodge, it's no longer the Chef's Club, it's called the Snow Lodge. The tent there was, yes, it was in operation the last 2 winters or just last winter? Last winter.
The winter before was the yurts.
So I would look I know the applicant's going to say yes, yes, yes. I'm looking for our staff to confirm that those shirts were used for 140 days previously.
Yeah, the yurts, I think what they're expressing is the yurts were approved during the COVID exemption period over the last 2 years. And then in 2018, if you go back even farther, there was an approval from City Council to approve 10 yurts for the 2018 winter.
Yeah, 135 days, 10 yurts.
That was a previous approval, but I believe those yurts were located in a different part of the property for that approval.
So you're just repositioning where these 4 yurts are. There was a 10-year approval in 2018.
It was a 1-year approval.
1 year.
One winter, yep.
One winter. Then COVID-19 came along. So now the applicant is asking for additional 140 days for the 4 yurts that were approved in 2018, were used during COVID, but now this is a new application. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm in agreement with Rachel that at least I think the Fountain Courtyard one, the large one that has been approved, I could support that, but not for an additional 5 years. I don't want to lock us into what is in the code now, as allows for fossil fuel burning heating, which is contrary to one of the top 3 tiers of this council for greenhouse gas and climate change. And I would not support the additional 4 yurts that were not approved in 2018 for extension. They were approved during the COVID, but it's a different time. And so I need clarification on the Chef's Club and the Mountain Plaza Courtyard. The Mountain Plaza, which one is the retail? That's the Mountain Plaza.
That
Yeah.
one.
And that has not been previously approved?
That was not approved by council. That was something that I believe went up during COVID.
Okay. Yeah, I don't approve of that. And the Chef's Club Courtyard one, that's 121 days per year. And that, again, is listed as additional restaurant seating? Yep. And is that has not been used previously?
Only during the COVID.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't approve of additional seating beyond what was allowed previously. I do think that we can make an exception for the 3,960-foot tent for the wedding and to extend the 48 days in 2022. And then we revisit the approvals. This is the end of the 5-year approval that was granted in 2017.
To clarify on that, the 2017 approval was a 10-year approval, and so it goes to 2027, and the applicant can simply come in administratively, and staff can approve it administratively.
Okay.
So the applicant technically doesn't even need to request that at this point. They're requesting 5 additional days for 2022, but if they want to go in 2023 and erect a structure for 40 days, they can do that all the way until 2027.
And that additional 5 years, is that locked in on the ability to use fossil fuel burning heating elements?
So there are no standards in the city's land use code for the use of fossil fuels for outdoor heating. We don't have anything on the books that allows us to engage in that type of conversation with a property owner or with an operator of a food and beverage business or retail for that matter.
And if there were in the future, in the next year, an ordinance that prevented the use of fossil fuels, would these usage be grandfathered in?
I have to defer to legal counsel on the council's ability to relook at past land use approvals in the context of newly adopted regulations.
Okay.
We do have to be careful about trying to apply certain things to ongoing applications, and that may be difficult here, given the approvals that have been granted to this point.
Yeah, I don't want to revoke something that's already been approved, and if there's an additional 5 years, it's by right. I'm not going to argue with that, but I do not want to extend additional outdoor structures. So the 3,960 square foot with additional days, I can support that.
Steph?
Yeah, may I just put a bit of clarification, because there's many yurts, there's many places, but I just want to reiterate what was the Chef Club, which is now leased to the Snow Lodge. That place in 2018 was approved for 10 years with a capacity of around 80 to 90 people. We are just reconfiguring 10 yurts into 110. There's actually less seating in a tent than in 10 yurts. It's more energy efficient to do one structure rather than 10 small structures, but that approval was granted pre-pandemic.
Okay, excuse me, Stefan, I was confused there. I thought that it was approved in 2018 for 1 year, not for 10.
Yeah, that is correct. That is correct.
1 year, 10 yurts. Could I make one other point?
1 10-year period?
No, 10 yurts.
10 yurts for
10
1 year.
yurts.
1 year.
10 years.
10 yurts, 1 year in 2018, and it was extended through the expanded use during COVID-19.
Yes.
That's right.
That's correct.
But it wasn't projected to us that it was a one-off approval. It was, we requested 1 year and got 1 year. We did, because you need to understand the business model of Chef's Club is to select a different tenant every season. So we cannot we apply today on behalf of the tenant, but the tenant has signed a lease that basically was done under the understanding that they could have right of use of the courtyard as per prior approval and the restaurant.
Well, the prior approval was for 1 year for 10 yurts, and that was in 2018.
But the capacity of a tent is less, and the efficiency in terms of energy consumption, it's better in a tent. So,
well, I'm not going to argue that the tent efficiency, but what I'm want a clarification on is that it was approved for 1 year in 2018.
Yes.
And that if you gave assurances that they could use something that hasn't been approved, that's beyond the control of City Council.
I understand that. My point was the application is very similar under the same set of rules and regulation, and I have a difficulty understanding why a similar application under the same set of rules and regulation would have two different outcomes.
Well, 2018 and 2022 are separated by quite a bit.
Thank you. Skippy, any comments or input at this time? And then I'm going to make maybe a suggestion for us.
Yeah, I'd like to hear your thoughts first. I'm still thinking about it.
Okay. I think that this is caught in the crosshairs of council goals and objectives, but also planning and what has been set forth. What I've heard here is support for 1 year approval so that there's not such an abrupt stop to some things that have been planned for the St. Regis. But I've also heard that there's concern. The biggest concern really comes, I believe, on the dome, which is the retail space that is proposed. So my proposal right now would be to kind of hybridize what I've heard at the table and give the 1-year approval for the large tent. And to be clear there, that means an additional 5 days in this calendar year, and granting 40 days for next year, 2023. The 4 yurts to be allowed again for this year. This is for this season, I should say, November 21 to April 9. And the Chef's Club Courtyard to be allowed for the same December 1 to April 1, 121 days it is, but not re-allowing the 900 square foot retail dome. And then my suggestion along with this, and the reason I say that we should do it for 1 year, is in this year, while we're having new conversations about different outdoor restrictions, that also gives them the ability to look at how they can do this differently going forward, which this is a great team. I think that they have the ability to look at efficiencies and modifications to what they're doing, understanding where council's coming from. So that's kind of a suggestion that I'll put there at council to consider, is to follow Rachel's suggestion of 1 year with the exception of the retail dome.
The only thing
and I can be, talked further.
I appreciate the, what you've put on the table, but I just want clarification from staff, because it sounded like the invitation on the Fountain Courtyard Special Event Tent 40 days a year has already been granted the potential of an extension for a full 5 years via the previous approval. So that's the only modification of what you're saying. I don't think we can undo that prior approval of the 5 years for the special event tent for 40 days.
Jim?
I think that is correct. There is an existing approval that allows that for this 5 years.
And to the extent that council's concerned about the relationship between the operation of that tent and carbon emissions from the heating of that tent, whether it's through the building code or through revised land use regulations that are not explicitly called out in that approval, we may be able to work with the St. Regis to arrive at compliance with a sort of modified or new set of updated outdoor heating regulations that might be better aligned with council goals while still honoring the 5-year approval that a previous council put in place.
So it would be a modification to 5-year on the first one, and then just
Maintain that.
one on the other two.
Okay, and then just since you're going through, what is your feeling on the dome?
I can go with where council's going on that and support John on that.
Okay.
Glad to.
All right. Skippy, hang on, Alan.
Yeah.
Skippy?
Yeah, I guess, coming in, I was kind of ready to support the whole thing. I mean, to me, we're just, sorry. To me, these are just a little bit more messiness, a little bit more vitality. I see that as a positive, not negative. I don't harbor I do harbor the hope, but I don't harbor the expectation that any of these are going to be affordable or truly generally accessible. And nonetheless, they're fun, they're different, and guests are asking for them. But I think, we've made some good points here about energy efficiency and other things that we see coming down the pipe. And so, I thought Rachel's suggestion was a good one. I would include the retail in it. I had initially thought when Rachel made the suggestion, maybe 2 years, so that the Regis isn't sort of biting their nails, wondering what we will do. But hearing staff talk about being able to work with them, and Tori, your comments, I think that stuff makes sense. So I'd be probably most liable to go along with Rachel's suggestion as initially made.
All right. Thank you, Skippy. I'm going to come back to Ward and John. I want your input here. We've kind of got two versions here. Again, honoring the 5-year approval as well as the additional 5 days for the large event tent. allowing the 4 yurts for this winter season, allowing the Chef's Club Courtyard, as it's listed here, for this season, and the dome we're in
No.
discussions with, so.
I like your compromise, and I support that. The honor the 5-year lease for the Fountain Plaza tent, give them the extra days that they requested, and 1 year for the yurts, and no retail dome.
1 year for yurts and 1 year for the Chef's Club.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, and no on the dome.
correct.
Yeah, that's doable for me, acceptable.
Heather, you
Am
have
I
a
able,
comment?
I just have a question about the thought behind the dome and why that is so significantly a no on that. We are able to heat that dome electrically. We'll be able to work with you on that. We have a contract with a company that understands we're before you tonight that are outfitting uniforms for our entire outdoor staff. So it'll be a hardship for us, for our employees who are working outside, and for them, of course. They're an international company that's wanting to come in.
Yeah. Well, I mean, basically, this is creating outdoor or indoor space. This is indoor retail space. And, you know, we have had a long-standing policy about mitigating for impacts, housing being one of them. And, you know, that's where this council is struggling with this. This only started last year. So this is a use, is not a historical use. This has not been mitigated in any other way. And right now, what we have on the books for mitigation for temporary structures,
Minimal.
pittance is the word that I was going to use, but it's minimal. So, you know, we have a lot of concerns, and they've gotten heightened over just the last year. Housing at an all-time worse crisis than we've ever seen it. Employee shortages, so other places that are fighting and struggling just to keep their doors open and be staffed. So, you know, we see this, and I think John kind of said it expressly, is that with all the given square footage that the St. Regis already encompasses, creating more unmitigated space is just something that this council and this community really struggles with now more than ever. That's why we're saying that, you know, we get your temporary usage of 40 days for the events. We get that. That's great. What you've had standing for additional restaurant seating, ancillary seating to operations that are already in your building, those also we can understand. But a standalone, different retail space, I think, is giving us a little pause, you know, in our deliberations. Alan, you had another point. Did you want to still make that?
I did, and it was just to try and help council understand why there was an approval in 2017 for 5 years for the special events tent and an additional 5 years. And it's primarily because...
You don't need to go there. We've already talked about it.
And I hear that you're there, but just to keep this in your mind, special events book 2 and 3 years out. And, you know, weddings and special events. And so that's what the council was thinking at the time, is we need to give these folks some extra years because it doesn't book from year to year. But you're already there.
Understood.
I'm thrilled. Thank you.
Yeah, understood. Steph, another comment?
Yeah, maybe as a closing argument, maybe I have a mitigation that could be acceptable because we, and maybe by our take it for granted attitude, and I apologize for that, but because we committed to a commercial relationship, would it be possible to keep the dome for 30 days and we'll take it out after and pay the mitigation fee so that we don't lose our reputation with the contractual party? Is that something that council could be granting?
Thank you for that. I appreciate you coming to the table with that.
Do we get a future draft, Chip?
What round?
Those got traded to Seattle.
Yeah.
John?
This might seem harsh, but I honestly don't think you'll have a problem re-engaging with another tenant. This is Aspen, you're the St. Regis. I honestly think that you'll be able to find another tenant quite easily.
It's not to find another, there is
This relationship.
is this relationship with someone that has plan that is giving away hardware to our staff.
I understand.
And I think I can convince them not to expect 120 days, but just 30 days in December. And that way and we'll pay the fee that was proposed for 120 days to the city.
I appreciate that, and minimizing the impact. As somebody that was presenting this, I'm amenable to it. I even think that, I'd give temporary usage beyond 30. If 60 would be fine with me. I appreciate him meeting us halfway there. So I'm amenable. John, I hear where you're standing. Skippy's got his hand up. Skippy, I'll get your input.
Yeah, I think I heard two primary objections to the retail space, one being affordable housing mitigation, the other one being CO2 emissions. Hearing that the dome can be guaranteed to be electrically heated off city grid removes the environmental one for the year. The big remaining one is affordable housing. And in the general temporary structure conversation, I tend to think, what we're trying to find is affordability, but I think we've given up on that with this on the St. Regis premises. And so if they're willing to pay the affordable housing piece, to me, that mitigates the second concern. And I'd certainly go with that 60-day compromise.
All right, thank you for that. All right, this is a public hearing, so we do need to open the public hearing portion of this agenda item. With that, the public hearing is open. Are there any members of the public that wish to comment this evening? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council table.
A question, where does 30 and 60 days out, does 60 days out get us past the Christmas season?
Yeah. 60 days gets us.
60 days.
Yeah, they're talking about the full entirety of December. They'd like to get it erected in December. Stefan was meeting us where he could, and I'm saying that for me, I respect where he is in business there, so I'm even willing to take them through January, 60 days.
I appreciate the concern for your business reputation for previous arrangements you made, your offer for mitigation for the full 120 days. So I would accept Tori's offer of a 60-day instead of a 120.
Thanks, Ward. Rachel, John's.
I'll go ahead and go. I think, this board especially works well together, and we know there's never a perfect solution to anything. I'll go along with this compromise.
Thanks, John. Okay. All right.
Can someone put that in a motion?
I will. Is St. Regis Resolution 128?
Yes.
Okay. So,
There are actually two in the packet, because one just had a reiteration of Resolution 158 for the Fountain Courtyard tent. The first Resolution 128 in the packet has all of the items that has the 5 years. So clearly, you're not doing 5 years.
Can we just pass or
Yeah,
make a motion to approve one of these 128s and list all the changes that we would like to have made to it?
That's what we need.
all right. So I'm going to make a motion to approve Resolution 128 with the amendments that what is listed as Fountain Courtyard 1 large 3960 event tent is granted 5 additional days in 2022 and the 40 days every year thereafter for 5 years. The Fountain Courtyard 4 yurts that are scheduled for November 21 to April 9th, 140 days, shall be approved for this season. The Chef's Club Courtyard 1 tent listed as December 1 to April 1, 121 days of 1,000 square feet is granted for this season. And the Mountain Plaza Courtyard Dome, 900 square feet delineated as retail space, shall receive 60 days during this season.
Can I clarify something?
Yes, I hope.
Everybody, talked about 5 additional days, but the resolution talks about 48 days in 2022. Wouldn't that be 8 additional days? Where's
We
the
already
map?
have 3 additional days that's been used, so
But it's
5
been-
additional days is.
They've already
But
happened.
it doesn't mean that that was approved.
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be 8 additional days?
Technically, yes, but the building department did permit it under the terms of the permit, so it happened. But technically, the total is 48, yes.
48 days.
You would be
for
correct.
2022
So let the amendment reflect that it is for a total of 48 days
in 2022.
in 2022, 40 days
I'll second the motion.
thereafter. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for resolution number 128 as amended?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Mesereau,
Yes.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes.
Thank you so much for working
Thank
through
you.
this with us. Thank you.
Thank you guys all for compromise.
We do want a future draft choice, though.
And as we look forward,
Second round,
Third
please.
round.
Heather, as we move forward, we will look to, have conversations with you. You could probably be very informative for us as we try to work around regulations going forward.
Of course, we'd be happy to be involved in that. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank you
guys.
all.
Thank you all.
Okay, council, it is 10 minutes after 8. We have executive session later. We have another item under this resolution, under this public hearing at least, so 129, and then hopefully a quicker ordinance number 17 down below. Council's pleasure to stay. Do we need a break?
I would think of 3 or 4 minute break for a restroom, but let's not take the dinner
Great.
break. These second applicants have been
Great.
sitting here since the beginning.
All right. I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess then so that we can just kind of refresh, stretch our legs, and then we'll come right back to discuss catch stake.
That's all.
Trump kept his word.
Oh, thanks. Welcome back. This is the Aspen City Council regular meeting for November 15, 2022. We just took a 5-minute recess, and we are back. Now we are under public hearings on our agenda, consideration of resolution number 129, a temporary use request of Catch Steak, 515 East Hopkins Avenue. Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have the applicant Catch Steak is here to discuss what their request is. And I will go ahead and follow up with their presentation with a presentation of my own, if council would like to hear that, just to follow up with the review criteria. So I'll go ahead and pass it over to the applicant, and then I'll circle back with a presentation.
Great, thank you.
You guys want to just control it? Or I can,
Yeah, we can do that. Okay. Just up and down here.
You can use the mouse too if you want.
Okay.
Just,
Hello, Council. Ryan Walterscheid with Forum Phi, Mark Hardiman here with Forum Phi, and then we have David Richardson, who's General Manager of Catch Steak. Thank you for hearing us this evening. We, Forum Phi, have been working with Catch for the last, almost 2 years now, with the building permitting that they had recently undergone to renovate the restaurant within the building. And having gone through that exercise, this question came up early on as to how to fully utilize the exterior space up there. In not trying to pursue modifications to the exterior of the building, we decided to follow through and just pursue temporary structure on that patio only during the winter season. I'd like to point out what we have here are the approved and permitted floor plans for the upper level that Catch occupies. These show and have been seating for the entire patio on the upper level. Catch has been using the upper level patio as permitted and as allowed through the permitting process. We've shown, have met all the egress requirements, land use, all the permitting requirements for that upper level to be utilized in full. That when the building was approved a little over 10 years ago, 12 years ago now, the upper level exterior patio is the public amenity space for this building. And so I would, make the comment that the restaurant usage on the upper level patio is the public amenity here. So Catch is looking to continue to utilize that upper level space through the winter and provide, comfort to the occupants on the upper level through the use of a tent and a temporary structure. I think Alan did a pretty good job previous to me discussing, I think a tent structure is temporary in nature and form. What we would be looking to do, there is currently an existing parapet wall that surrounds the upper level patio. That parapet wall ranges between 4.5 feet and 6 feet tall. So from the street level view, there is really, from the pedestrian view on the street level, there's no view of anybody seated on the upper level. What we would be looking to do is erect a structure behind the parapet. That structure extends up to, I think, approximately 9 feet tall on the outer portion, and then extends up to the overhang. There's an existing awning that extends out from the perimeter wall. I think it extends out roughly 8 feet. So we'd be looking to then connect over and just rest upon that awning structure and provide that enclosure. It is a custom tent. We have a fabrication company set up to move forward with the production of this based upon your approval. We are not looking to enclose the entirety of the upper level, but just that portion on the west side. The tent sits inside that parapet wall a couple feet really all the way around, and would just extend up to that awning extension. We are proposing, it's a metal frame similar in nature to what you've seen with other temporary tents, such as the Food and Wine tent, such as the tent that Alan presented previously, what you see erected for the X Games, what you've seen the Aspen Ski Company use for the last few years out on the ski hill as well. I would note that while the anticipation wasn't to try and modify permanently the exterior of this structure,
Just walking from our office over here this evening, Mark and I were commenting, most of the historic structures in town do have fabric awnings on them as coverings for entries or the ability to overhang for sunshade. And this really, in the intention of this, is to provide, shelter from the exposure for the occupants upstairs. We have intentionally kept this low and simply sloping from the parapet to the roof to try and maintain the visual setback of that upper level and following the intention of what was set forward in the commercial review of this building. The intention is not to be any taller than any other element, but simply conform with the massing as it was generally laid out. A couple comments within the memo. So Catch just opened last season. This is their first full year in operation. I would comment that the previous restaurants, we went through a few of them over the last 10 years, and none of them had requested this. We would like to try and maintain the operation of this restaurant long into the future and maintain the function of the space on the upper level that was permitted. So from the streetscape, the tent does slope back. It's intended to minimize any obstruction of the Elks building next door, which is separated by the alley. It doesn't extend past any of the other height restrictions for this building. And I would comment that everything that has been permitted and approved here, we did pay substantial permitting fees for that. The building itself has quite a bit of housing that was paid when it was approved. The operation of this restaurant, to do away with the operation or the seating on any of that, would actually be a reduction in employees. And I can let David speak, I guess, a little bit to how they may continue. David, do you want to?
City Council, Mr. Mayor, thank you for allowing me to speak today in regards to this permit application. We opened Catch Steak Restaurant last December 17th, so we are coming up on our first year anniversary. It was a relatively large undertaking, probably one of the larger restaurants in Aspen, and we have tried to be positive actors in the community. I've tried to make a good impression by continuing to be open in both our spring and fall slower periods, because we think it's a really great amenity to the community, but also that it's a really important way that we take care of our staff by providing jobs for them in our slower months, even when the business volume maybe doesn't dictate so. The outside terrace adds about an additional 150 seats when we're operating during the summer. During the winter, underneath the proposed permit, we're probably looking at an additional 75 seats to our dining room. I think that there is a public demand for additional seating at Catch Steak. I think the experience that we provide is unique to the Aspen restaurant community. And I think that it would be a benefit not only to the staff that I currently have, but also to the local clientele as well as to the tourist clientele that's very important to this business community.
Thank you. Is there more applicant presentation, or Kevin?
Yeah, I'll hand it back over. No, I'll hand it back over.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and get my presentation out here. Okay, so I'm going to just run through this presentation pretty fast. I had it for St. Regis as well, but obviously that's not pertinent at this point. So just to provide a little context, I know we've talked about, council has talked about some of the precedent with temporary structures, and I think it's important to understand the context of what's happened before the pandemic really began. and just provide a little bit of a history about how many structures were approved before COVID, so we have some context of where we are today. So before 2020, the Gray Lady at 305 South Mill Street was one restaurant that council approved a structure for. The latest that was approved was in 2019. That was to help expand some space. The restaurant staff recommended against that approval because it did not meet commercial design standards. Council felt differently, that because this building was to be demolished, the design standards were not pertinent at that time. So that was approved. The St. Regis had a couple of approvals. The one that we talked about in 2017 for kind of one-off events for the Fountain Courtyard, and then 2018 were those yurts to help expand some space. And then besides those approvals, the only other approvals within the last 10 years that council, or that have exceeded the 14-day approval, are temporary airlocks. And those are, obviously for in front of restaurants to help make it a more comfortable environment. And the only reason those have been approved is because they were approved prior to the moratorium that went into effect in 2015. So that's a little bit of history on what has been approved in the past. COVID hit, we loosened the regulations to proactively and swiftly work to minimize further economic disruption in town, which is how we came to approving some of these temporary structures. To help increase business capacity as a result of the public health orders that were in place and the social distancing that was required at the time. I just want to point out that the resolution that was adopted did not amend any land use or building codes, and so the rules that were in place before 2020 are now in place today, in full force and effect. So I'm going to just skip through these. This is the information we gave to applicants during COVID. As Ryan mentioned, Catch Steak did not take advantage of the COVID exemption because they didn't exist at the time. So I'm just going to skip through this. So I'll just jump into the Catch Steak application. So this is a view, the photo on the right is a view of what Catch Steak looks like today with, open to the sky. And beautiful. Yeah, it looks like it was a beautiful day. Probably pretty good snow ski conditions. The photo on the bottom is what they're proposing, enclosing that upstairs space. They're requesting 1,700 square feet for 142 days to help expand the restaurant operations. So I just want to dive into some of the review criteria that I think are important to highlight. I'm not going to touch all of them, but I just want to point to some of them. So the first ones are temporary use standards. When considering a development application for a temporary use, City Council shall consider, among other pertinent factors, the following criteria. The first is the location, size, design, and operating characteristics and visual impacts of the proposed use. Staff has some fundamental problems with this application. As you can see from the photo, the size and the location and the design are going to be quite prevalent from Hopkins Avenue and from Galena Street. And more importantly, the operating characteristics are not consistent with why we allow temporary uses in town. This is augmenting restaurant operations, which in staff's opinion is tantamount to increasing net leasable space. And that is not why we allow temporary uses in town, which I'll speak to a little bit when we get to mitigation. The next is the impacts of the proposed use on pedestrian and vehicular traffic and traffic patterns, municipal service, and noise levels. All of these are going to be elevated during the time that this structure is in place and then the restaurant is open. It's reasonable to conclude there's going to be more demand for people going to the restaurant because there's going to be more capacity. There's going to be more employees working in the space, and all that's going to lead to more demand on municipal services. The duration of the proposed use has previously been approved. As they mentioned, there's no precedent to approve a structure here. So I would encourage council to be thoughtful about what sort of precedent might be established this evening. And the temporary use, how will that diminish or enhance the general public health, safety, and welfare? And staff really points to this one as something that is just not met. Again, I'm going to bring this into the mitigation topic because we feel the general public health, safety, and welfare are diminished by allowing these types of structures in town. And I'm going to speak to that right now with impact fees and affordable housing mitigation. So when a restaurant increases capacity during the winter by enclosing outdoor space and then subsequently uses that space for a large portion of the summer, additional staff, customers, and impacts on traffic and public infrastructure should be expected year-round. So when a temporary use like this is put into place, unlike increasing net leasable space, which requires all sorts of mitigation, not just for affordable housing, but for other things, those things do not apply. So the things that do not apply to a temporary use is a transportation impact analysis, TDM measures, which are associated with vehicle trips and carbon dioxide emission, and parks fees. None of those apply to increasing, to building a structure like this. These would apply for increasing net leasable space. As far as affordable housing mitigation, there is some that is owed, but I'm going to provide just a theoretical. If a 1,000 square foot enclosure was erected for 180 days, $15,800 of mitigation would be required per year. If 1,000 square foot net leasable space was added to a building, over $1 million would be required for mitigation. So just the contrast between those two numbers helps kind of speak to what is being lost as a result and diminishing to the public health, safety, and welfare of the community. As far as commercial design review, the Aspen Area Community Plan says we want to ensure that the city land use code results in development that reflects our architectural heritage in terms of site coverage, mass, scale, density, and diversity of heights. This will help create certainty in land development, prioritize maintaining our mountain views, and protect our small town community character and historical heritage. Development should reflect our architectural heritage in terms of site coverage, mass, scale, density, and diversity of heights. The reason I bring these statements up right now is because in 2015, City Council kind of took note of these statements and they became concerned that these were not being delivered through our commercial design standards. And so a moratorium was adopted in 2015 to reassess what development is allowed by right in the commercial core and the surrounding zoning. And as a result, council reduced the development rights for properties in order to reduce the mass and the scale of what we saw around town. So building heights were reduced from 32 feet to 28 feet. There were additional requirements associated with pedestrian amenity spaces. And all this was done to help it break up the bulk and mass that we see around town. And so I just want to point that out as to where we are and how we got to our current commercial design standards. So I'll point to a few commercial design standards for this property. The first one, development adjacent to a historic landmark should respond to the historic resource. A new building should not obscure historic features of the landmark. This building is located adjacent to the Elks Building. If you're walking down Galena Street, the chances are the views of that will be impacted by the presence of this tent. Next is related to building materials. Building materials should convey the quality and range found in the current block context or seen historically in the character area, enhance visual interest through texture, application, and/or dimension, and have a proven durability and weathering characteristics within Aspen's climate. The fundamental nature of this being a temporary use means that it's temporary and it's not durable and it's not going to be able to respond to the climate of Aspen. And so, with that in mind, the historical context is not met either. And historically in Aspen, things have been made of, wood, metal, stone, or glass, or more permanent materials that we see around town. And so, there's a reason there's not a historical context for these types of structures. So we find these criteria to not be met. As far as pedestrian amenity goes, all second floor pedestrian amenity should be open to the sky. This criterion is not met. A second floor pedestrian amenity should be in the form of a deck that is visible and adjacent to the street. Staff feels that, although the deck technically still exists there, the perception of what that looks like from the street is going to fundamentally change with the structure. It's no longer going to present as a deck. Lastly, the commercial core historic district standards apply specifically to this character area. They should respect adjacent iconic historic structures. Development near historic landmarks may use pedestrian amenity design as a transition or buffer to highlight the importance of adjacent historic structures. That's what's happening right now without this structure in place. This pedestrian amenity is giving way to the prominence of the Elks building next door, and the presence of this structure will detract from that. I'm going to keep moving here. This is the same Regis. Last thing I want to point out is greenhouse gas. I know this has been brought up kind of anecdotally with council this evening. We were able to work with our environmental health department, and they provided us a study that was done in Breckenridge on these outdoor structures, and it kind of speaks to what we're talking about here. So bear with me on the formula. There's some math involved, but I'm going to keep it as simple as I can. So heating 500 square feet of space for 126 days, that's what the assumption is. This is a theoretical assumption. If you were to heat that from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., that would be 8 hours a day. And if you were going to use an electric heater to do that, one heater heats approximately 50 square feet of space. So 10 heaters would be needed to heat that 500 square foot area. That would require 1,800 watts per heater, which is 14,400 watts per hour per night. If you multiply that by 10 heaters for 126 days, you come to 18,144 kilowatt hours. If you multiply that number by just over 1 pound of CO2, you get to 18,960 carbon dioxide emissions. So what does that number mean? Well, 18,960 carbon dioxide emissions comes to 21,600 miles driven in an average passenger vehicle, 968 gallons of gasoline burned, and 9,500 pounds of coal burned. This would need 10.5 acres of U.S. forest to sequester carbon for 1 year. So this just, again, this is a theoretical, but it helps kind of paint a picture of what sort of impact we're talking about with regards to greenhouse gas. So with that in mind, staff recommends denial of the temporary use request. We acknowledge, the applicant wanting to do this, and we understand that this would be beneficial to the business. But unfortunately, there hasn't been a strong precedent for these structures in town. COVID was a special exemption, and this is something that staff has been trying to communicate with restaurants over the past few months, that we're back to the full force and effect of the code, and we strongly recommend that council continue with that, because any decisions that are made from this point forward are going to set a precedent that will be, something that will be a topic of discussion for each subsequent year with future councils.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Skippy, go ahead.
Thanks, Kevin. That's helpful. One thing you didn't mention, and I just want some clarity on. So is it the case that within our existing code, public amenity space can be used year-round for private commercial business, a restaurant or otherwise?
Yeah, there's no provision in the code that requires a pedestrian or public amenity space to be open to the public. It used to be called public amenity, and I think that name was slightly misleading. So during the last moratorium, 2 moratoriums ago in 2015, we changed it to pedestrian amenity, but there's no requirement for it to be open to the public.
Got it. And I know that our decision doesn't rest on this and isn't affected by this, but pedestrian amenity would suggest someone could at least walk through it. But in this case, certainly not the case. So I just would suggest that at some point we go back and take a look at that, because at least from this perspective of one, we are not getting a public amenity out of our public amenity. So just bookmark that, and I'd love to look at that with the group. All of that said, I appreciate the in-depth. I understand how this would be beneficial to the business, and how it would be enjoyable to the patrons of the business. But I just can't find that in a incredibly tight affordable housing market, the best course of action is to expand businesses beyond their initial allotment without having them pay equitable, affordable housing in such an environment where it's clearly just an expansion of the same product, the same menu, which is a good but a very, very high dollar menu, and all of the other demand uses that come from that, not to mention the environmental and visual impacts, which are significant, although I would assume that they could do this electrically off the renewable grid. But nonetheless, there's a lot of red flags here for me.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yeah, Ben.
Just to provide some clarity to Councilmember Mesro's questions and comments, the term pedestrian amenity, I think there's been some confusion in the community over time about this, and it really is about the urban form and the way that the buildings relate to the street. It's not so much about the use of the space or the access to the space. It's really about how the space presents from the sidewalk and from the street, so that spaces appear open and that buildings don't go lot line to lot line with building mass. So it's more so about form and scale rather than accessibility or use. So just wanted to give some clarity to that. Thank you.
And to even add on to that, if you go back far enough in the codes, there was required open space on every site, and that led to the little subterranean entrance to Little Ollie's and to other Zane's, and even the courtyard over at the old Pablo's or Rhino's or whatever name you want to remember it by. And it became kind of proven that that was not in the Victorian character style, which was buildings closer to lot line to light line, but then how do you break up the mass so they're not so overwhelming? And so I was not on a council that did that variation, but they did basically get rid of that, hey, you have to have X amount of your space, and I don't even know if it's 20 or 25% of the lot as an open space. And so this was kind of converted into the form and function of the buildings in the downtown, and because that's what it was to begin with. It was not really necessarily good or usable public space for the most part, but that's where the name, I think, kind of continued to carry on. Thank you.
Got it. Yeah, I appreciate that. I think at some point we should have a conversation about, are we getting what we actually want? And if we are, we need to rename this because it does not communicate what it actually is.
Yeah, I agree with you, Skippy. I was just kind of adding on to how Ben gave history.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. I like the little parapets that are all now disappearing. They're like little, at least people can go there and feel welcome.
Yeah.
Thanks, Skippy. Are there any other clarifying questions or comments? This is a public hearing, so I will open it to the public. Any questions at this time?
Questions? Wait to hear from public.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing for resolution number 129. If there's any members of the public that wish to speak on resolution 129. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing portion of this hearing and bring it back to council's table. So, questions, comments? Who'd like to start?
You want me to start?
I would love for you to start.
Since you were looking this way?
Yeah.
Couple of clarifying questions. The public pedestrian amenity is supposed to be open to the sky and it's supposed to be on the ground floor? Are both of those questions to the affirmative?
It needs to be open to the sky. It does not need to be on the ground floor.
Okay. I welcome catch steak to town, and I can understand how this would be a real benefit to your business. But I am convinced that this does increase, and at least in essence, increases net leasable space of the restaurant, and I'm concerned with. For several years, the Gray Lady came back to us on council time and time again, and we did it last year. We should do it this year. I am sensitive to staff's bringing our attention to the precedent this would set. I am not inclined to approve this application.
Rachel?
Yeah, I'm sorry to say no. When I first got on council a long time ago, somebody said the hardest part of the job is you get to say no to everyone you've ever known. But that's true. I can't support this, I appreciate the adjacency to the Elks building, but when you really look at the rest of the criteria, it's compatibility of the proposed temporary use with the character, density, and use of structures in the immediate vicinity. And I look at the character of the structures across the street on Galena, and that is one of our most historic kind of blocks and going down. So, yeah, I appreciate you highlighting the Elks, but to me, it's that whole character of that corridor that matters so much. And this just totally changes the nature of that building. I mean, if this building had come forward for approval with that sort of design look, it never would have been approved by our HPC, period. And, I just can't see that, and it is very closed off, and the open to the sky element seems to have been, just something you'd like us to bypass. And I think the open to the sky element was put in there for very important reasons. The bigger issue, of course, is just trying to increase capacity of a service area through outdoor heating in the wintertime. And, I see us as, unfortunately, in the situation of rolling back in the pandemic, and knowing even as we were doing that, there's going to be some resistance. Everyone's suddenly going to want 4 parking spaces out front for extra service and enclose their places for extra service. That was done so there could be 6 feet of distance or more between each table. That was done to accommodate very small businesses like Poppycocks that, really didn't have any outdoor space whatsoever. And it's not to have seen every existing building in our historic core become a Mr. Potato Head of where we can spick in a little more pieces of business. And so I can appreciate your desire to do this, but I can't go forward with it. It's inappropriate. If that building had wanted a full build out of a second floor and a third floor, that's what they should have gone for. But this is just Band-Aiding to try to create a sense of more business. And, Ward and Tori were here. You weren't back in the day, but when we first were doing the COVID stuff, it's like, wait a second, this is going to allow the landlords to charge just as much rent as they ever have, if not more, because we're giving them free public space instead of everyone acknowledging that we're going to have to cut back some and those landlords cutting back of their expectations as well. And now we're just in that situation of everyone wanting to see how they can expand in a temporary use. And, I would literally think about trying to suspend the ability to have temporary uses or something like that, or Philip and you guys think about it until more appropriate mitigation standards are met for temporary uses. I think that that's something that should really be considered very seriously, because there will always be requests and there will be times when it may be appropriate. But this building received the approvals it did to replace the old Bullock's building so that it would blend in to that corridor. And this just kind of blows all that work right out of the water. So I can't do it. And the demand issue is really just not fair to every other restaurant in our town to say, oh, your public amenity space is really a heated outdoor extra room to your restaurant. So I'm a no as well.
Thanks. John, comments, questions?
No questions, but I do want to thank staff and Kevin for giving us really a multitude of reasons why this shouldn't go forward. But the two that stand out most for me are, number one, I think it's an unfair advantage over all the other restaurants in town. This is something that we've been trying to deal with since the end of COVID, getting rid of temporary structures. So I think that would be a step backwards. And then the other thing, almost 5 tons of coal burned during the duration of while this temporary structure would be up. That's a deal breaker for me.
I have to say, I didn't find that coal comparison very fair because we do get most of our electricity from wind power and hydro. But if we were on natural resources and we weren't, excuse me, if we were on fossil fuels, that's accurate. But the other thing we have been told by our electric department is that the contracts for renewables are going up quite a bit because everyone wants to have more renewables in their portfolio. And so there may be a time when Aspen is searching, and we are searching now, as to how we even increase the amount of electricity we can put out to take care of the coming electrification of almost everything.
One other thing I'd like to add is, I think your restaurant is one of the most beautiful spaces in town. It's already a very large space, and because of the outdoor deck, you have these beautiful views of the sky and the mountain and everything else.
I thought about that too.
I struggle with this.
Yeah, to me, because I've eaten there before it was Catch Steak in the beautiful restaurant, and I've been to a few events there, but it just closes off the view at night. You know, you're suddenly seeing a tent wall instead of seeing the lights of Aspen or Winter School fireworks or whatever else you could see from that deck. So
I think it's one of the most striking restaurants in town. It's not underground. It's not on ground level. It's up above the street. It's got spectacular views, and this tent's going to detract from that.
Thank you. Skippy, any further comments from you?
No additional comments.
Okay. You know, for me, I understand where my fellow council members are coming from. I also am concerned about what precedent this would set. We are due to hear some more requests. I am wondering of staff, does this applicant have the ability to apply for other temporary usages? So say that they wanted to ask for the permission to tent for their New Year's Eve and that kind of thing. Do they still have the ability to come in for that kind of permitting?
Yes, absolutely, up to 14 days.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, there's just too many questions, so many moving parts for this council in particular right now. Again, as I said in the previous hearing, a lot has changed over the last couple of years. And some of what has changed is the ability for tenting and what tents mean. I will actually tell you, I think the design that you have here looks great. I have some concerns about the size of it, maybe snow loading and snow removal and the like, but I think what you've come up with here looks great. I wish there was a way that it fit into the program that we have right now. I really do. But it doesn't. And it doesn't answer any of the questions as we're trying to move forward. It only begets more questions. So with respect, I concur with my fellow council members at this time on their recommendation.
Let me ask Jim True a question. Jim, the resolution ordinance seems to be written in the affirmative.
It absolutely is. We would request that the motion, given the count that I see, be a motion to deny Resolution 129.
Is that how you want it, as opposed to a motion to approve and then everyone vote no?
Correct. We request that actions be in the affirmative. So what is in the affirmative, being a motion to deny, you vote yes.
Okay.
And that's been our tradition and
Okay,
what our
I just want
policies
to
are.
make sure you had that right. All right, I would make a motion to deny ordinance number 129. Resolution 129.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Rachel?
I want to just put this in the hopper to think about, but I think that perhaps HPC, who has purview over the downtown core for design, should at least be an advisory review for any tenting structures within the downtown core. And then, we can look more at the effect of business, the broader scheme of things, not a final vote, but advisory to council.
I appreciate the suggestion, and that's a good opportunity for me to put some of this into a larger context, which is to say that the temporary use provisions in the land use code were never envisioned to be used in this way.
Yeah.
And it's been a sort of decades-long process of moving in that direction without the regulations in the land use code sort of keeping up and responding to that dynamic. And the lack of anything other than a staff level review from a design standpoint or anything else before we get in front of council is just reflective of what these regulations were intended to be for and how they were intended to be used relative to where we are now. And so whether it's about the huge delta in affordable housing mitigation that was brought up by several members of council this evening, or whether it's about how we go about reviewing the design or the duration that may be available for these things, or how it can be placed on pedestrian amenity, you name it. There's just this sort of litany of sort of non-alignment between how we treat structures and business operations in our commercial zones and what these regulations were for and how they're trying to be used in the present context. And so I just wanted to have an opportunity to say that because I think it's helpful to understand why this doesn't feel like it's quite fitting right.
Yeah, and, I think if we went back, if the record still exists, to look at what were some of the temporary uses that were approved in the past, 30 years ago, you could see that progression of change. And so I appreciate that. And I'm glad to have created some good workload for you for 2023.
This is a topic that deserves some attention. Again, I've exchanged some emails with Philip a little while ago as I saw some of these coming down the pipeline, and this is just the start tonight. We have more coming and new conditions, as I said. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call vote for Resolution 129, please?
Councilor Doyle?
This is denial, right?
It's to deny it. Yeah.
Yes.
Councilor Hohenstein?
Yes, to deny.
Is that how I made the motion?
Councilor Mazzaro?
Yes.
Councilor Richards?
Yes, to deny.
Mayor Tory?
Sadly, yes. All right, thank you, guys. All right, that'll bring us down to our next public hearing, ordinance number 17, Burlingame Triangle Parcel Major Subdivision. This as well is a public hearing.
All right, good evening, Kevin Reyes. I have this item as well. I'll go ahead and just briefly introduce this item, and then I'll pass it off to Bob Schultz, who's going to make a presentation for the applicant, and then I'll make a presentation on behalf of the city. But just a little bit of background. The Aspen City Council reviewed this at first reading on October 25th and approved it for a public hearing tonight. And at that hearing, there were no questions from council for staff to follow up on. And the request for a major subdivision is a two-step process. This went to the Planning and Zoning Commission back in September, and they recommended approval. And so it's before council this evening, and staff is recommending approval. So I'll pass it off to the consultant, and then I'll share my screen. I'll make a presentation afterwards.
Okay, so can I go ahead and share?
Yes, please.
Thank you. We'll try and be brief in respect to the time of the evening. I'm Bob Schultz, a private planner working with the City of Aspen on the Triangle Parcel Subdivision, and next to me is Chris Everson, your project manager on this project. We're here today for a major subdivision of Burlingame Lot 1A to create an additional Lot 1D. We call that the Triangle. It's at the base of Deer Hill and Highway 82. This area of land was part of a larger parcel. It's been broken off at various points for different affordable housing projects, including Annie Mitchell, which is just to the north of this site. and it's been identified as a location for affordable housing since the property was purchased in the 90s, and that includes the Annie Mitchell site as well. Because Annie Mitchell has previously been subdivided from this lot, and only one fathering parcel can do one minor subdivision, we're here as a major subdivision, even though no development is proposed through this. Last time we were here, it was to annex and zone the mini storage site, and it's part of the city's land assemblage to put together the properties that will become the lumberyard affordable housing project. The existing 73-acre parcel is called Lot 1A, and it includes Deer Hill as a big feature that most people are familiar with as you're coming in and out of town. And to the north of it is the lumberyard property and the mountain rescue property and Annie Mitchell. To the south and to the east are affordable housing projects, and to the west is Highway 82 and then the airport. Most of the property on Lot 1A is Zone C for conservation, and the area that's the triangle parcel is zoned RR, Rural Residential, which was a designation that was put on more than 20 years ago when the property was being envisioned for future housing. The Aspen Valley Land Trust holds a conservation easement on most of Lot 1A, and part of the work that we've been doing in preparing the subdivision was earlier agenda item on your consent agenda to clarify that conservation easement boundary, and that's been an ongoing effort by the city to clarify. Altogether, there will be about 83.5 acres of land that will be permanently conserved around Deer Hill. Not all of that is on Lot 1A. Some of it is to the north and goes all the way over to the river. The triangle is the upper left-hand corner of this site as you're looking at the drawing. There are two important improvements on the property. One is the ABC Trail that goes from this location at the business center 3 miles into downtown Aspen. And the second is a spur trail that runs over to the Annie Mitchell housing project. And neither of those are affected by the action that's being proposed tonight. This image displays the current zoning on Lot 1A and the surrounding parcels. No zone change is proposed by this application. The new Lot 1D is similar to the RR zoning that you see on this map. However, there's an additional 11,000 square feet, plus or minus, of land that's in the C zone district that will be a part of Lot 1D. Normally, the city doesn't like to have two zone districts on a single parcel. It does allow, the code does allow for that in special circumstances, and the special circumstance here is that you're going to have a housing plan in front of you in 2023 that will rezone this property, so why rezone it and then rezone it again? Yes, please. There have been a number of land use actions over the years on the ranch, and the 1999 was when the zoning was applied to this property, and then Annie Mitchell was approved and built in 2003. I think most people find that to be a very successful property. At that time, it was rezoned residential multifamily. There's always been an agreement that a portion of Lot 1A, this triangle area, was to be held for housing, but it was ill-defined. So back in 2005, the best description that we could come up with was 150 feet strip or to the toe of the slope. So what you did earlier today was define exactly where that is, and so we've been waiting until there was a more specific land use idea for the property before defining that. So now there's an actual meets and bounds description that you approved earlier. This aerial photo displays the landscape, and you can see what we talk about as the toe of the slope when you see the right side of the drawing where Deer Hill starts to go uphill. Good. We began working with AVLT and city planning staff last year to define that 150 feet and toe of the slope. Surveyor was hired to go out and stake what we thought that would be, and then AVLT and city staff came and looked at those stakes, made some adjustments, and that resulted in a drawing that was approved this summer by the Aspen Valley Land Trust and by you a couple of hours ago. I thought, even though you already acted on this, a little background would be helpful to know where 1D came from. So as a result of all this, you see the subdivision that is represented on this drawing. There's a plus or minus 3.5 acre parcel that would be for the future housing project. 69.5 acres are remaining in Lot 1A. Out of that 69.5, there's about 9 acres along Highway 82 that will be Zone C, but will not be part of the conservation easement because they're part of this 150 feet. And there are additional lands to the north and east that add to this acreage on Lot 1A that make the 83.5 acres of conserved land. So what does the subdivision do? It's assembling the land for that housing project. So it also delineates that boundary once and for all with AVLT so that both parties know what they're dealing with. What it doesn't do is approve any development or change the zoning on the property. So for people who are watching this, this action would not change any of that. Sometime in 2023, you'll be asked to review a plan for that property. The subdivision standards are typically you have a development proposal that comes along with a proposed development subdivision, and there is no development. So many of them are non-applicable here. The ones that are most important is vehicular access. So this is a display of the easements that are being granted and would be recorded with the plat to allow access to this property across the lumberyard property from Highway 82. There are no impacts because there's no new development, so most of the standards don't get much attention because they aren't applicable. They are all addressed in the application, but out of respect for time, I don't think we need to go through them all. Next. And as with the mini storage annexation, no changes in use. We aren't proposing to do anything other than clarify this parcel boundary, create this new parcel that will eventually be linked together with the two lumberyard parcels and the mini storage parcel. And that plan will come before you, and the public will have plenty of opportunity to weigh in on their assessment of that housing plan. So want to thank planning staff and AVLT staff. Everybody really worked together to try and resolve this puzzle, and we think we have something that works for everybody. We concur with staff's proposed findings and conditions of approval and ask for council to approve the subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Stuck around a long time for that.
Yeah, really.
I will go ahead and share my screen here. And much of what I'm going to show is covers sort of some of the stuff that Bob just discussed, but I might add a couple of new things, and I'll go through it fairly quickly. So again, this is the Burlingame Triangle parcel, and they're requesting a major subdivision. So this is Lot 1A, as today, as just over 73 acres in area, and much of it's encumbered with a conservation easement from the Aspen Valley Land Trust. And it also has a conservation zoning. on it, and I'm going to speak to the difference between a conservation easement and conservation zoning. We got a question just before this meeting from someone that I saw on an email, and if they're listening, I can kind of provide some clarity to that as I get into my presentation. And then the other part of this parcel is rural residential. And this is more or less the footprint of what is requesting to be subdivided from Lot 1A, which is Lot 1D. And again, as Bob said, this is an area that was sort of set aside in the past that is not encumbered by the conservation easement. So a quick history of Burlingame Ranch. In 1997, the city purchased over 200 acres of vacant land just outside the roundabout. In 1999, the land was annexed and zoning was memorialized. And this screenshot I have here is from a memo that was reviewed by council back in 1999 when the zoning was adopted. And I just want to point out that RMF residential multifamily was something that was contemplated at the time. Council did not ultimately adopt that, but it just shows where the conversation was and contemplating that this would eventually become residential development. 2005, the Aspen Valley Land Trust and the City of Aspen approved the conservation easement, and this is the language that Bob showed, 150-foot wide strip or the toe of slope. Again, very vague, kind of broad language. There was no plat or meets and bounds description ever memorialized, so it was still kind of ambiguous as to where the property boundary or where the boundaries of the conservation easement lied. In 2009, there was an effort to try to, well, the conservation easement was amended, and there was an effort to provide some clarity to the area that was exempted from the conservation easement. This is language that's basically acknowledging that affordable housing is something that is going to occur on the area that's exempted from the conservation easement. And I just want to point out this photo on the right is it was an attachment to that amendment. It is in no way scientifically made. It is not accurate with regards to the size of the developable portion, but it does represent the general shape of what is proposed to be removed from the Lot 1A. So I just want to show the consistency there. And now in 2022, AVLT Board of Directors adopted the resolution to memorialize the precise boundaries of Lot 1D and Lot 1A. And that that was part of Council's consent calendar this evening to finalize that. So I'll just jump into this. So this is what Lot 1D looks like on a plat. And then, so Lot 1A, the remainder of Lot 1A is zoned conservation. And then Lot 1D would be zoned rural residential, and a portion of it would be in the conservation zone district. And as Bob said, there's going to be a plan coming forward in a couple months with proposal to develop affordable housing. It's likely going to be a planned development, which means we're going to change the zoning to a PD at some point. So it would be fruitless to change the zoning right now because we don't know exactly what's going to come forward. I want to point out, so the conservation zoning, there was a question about whether or not the conservation zoning is inconsistent with being able to develop something on a parcel. And so conservation zoning does not mean a conservation easement. And so the language on the right here is from the code, and it shows what's allowed in the conservation zone district. And so you can build detached residential dwellings, you can build, the list here. So I just want to show that there's a difference there. That's just, hopefully that person's listening. So just jumping into the review standards, I'm going to just point to a couple. First is general standards. You need to provide access to a public way. Bob showed this access easement that's going to be going across the lumber yard, which the city owns, and going into Lot 1D. So there's going to be access provided. So if staff finds this criterion to be met, this is the access easement meets engineering standards for the width, so there's no issue there. And then zoning conformance, all lots conform to the requirements of the zone district. Again, we think that right now, everything complies with zoning. There's no development on there, so underlying zoning is met. And as far as changing zoning, we recommend doing that at a future date. Existing structures, uses, and nonconformities. The subdivision shall not increase the nonconforming use. There is no development proposed in this application, so this is a non-issue. This is what the parcel looks like today, and no development will occur until several public hearings occur with P&Z and with council to finalize what the development will look like. And then major subdivision review standards, just want to point to this one, referring to, making sure all documents are recorded in a timely manner. That will occur pending council approval this evening. And the same thing, the right-of-way dedication vacation plat, that will be recorded as well. So with that, staff recommends that City Council adopt the ordinance number 17, series of 2022, approving the request to subdivide Lot 1A, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any council questions, clarifications at this time? This is a public hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing portion of this agenda item. Are there any members of the public that wish to comment this evening on ordinance number 17? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council table.
I'd like to make a motion adopting ordinance number 17, series 2022, approving the request to subdivide Lot 1A.
I'll second that.
I'm going to give that to Skippy. It was faint, but it was present, so very well done, Skippy. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, could we have a roll call vote for ordinance number 17, please?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Mazzaro?
Yes.
Counselor Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Bob, good to see you.
Good to see you.
I hope you're earlier in the agenda next time.
Somebody's got to pull the last leg.
I should mention real quick, this is the end of the line for Bob Schultz and the Lumberyard project, at least for the time being. As far as the land use actions in assembling the site, Bob's scope has ended with your yes votes this evening.
So there will not be
A lot
another.
of fun.
Thank you,
And
Bob.
I've got plenty of fun affordable housing projects coming down Valley that you'll be hearing about in the news. So
Great.
Okay.
Great.
thanks for all you do.
Quick question. Did I meet you through the Waldorf School program? Were you involved in that?
Your sister was my daughter's teacher in
I thought so.
grade and third grade.
Nice to see you, Bob.
Also, thanks to the staff for working with us pretty extensively on this.
Yeah.
It seemed like a pretty well-paved road. That's because of all the work that the staff has put in. So
Thank you. Thank you very
Thank you
much.
for that, Chris.
Thank you all.
Jim?
Mr. Mayor, council, staff's recommending that council go into executive session pursuant to CRS Section 246424A, purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer of real or personal property. 4B, conferences with an attorney for the local public body for purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions. And 4E, determining positions relative matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators. Specific items of discussion involve the following: Centennial Owners Association versus City of Aspen et al., case number 2015 CV 030158. City of Aspen versus Burlingame Ranch, Supreme Court case number 2022 SC 293. Legal advice from city attorneys involving specific legal opinions and direction for negotiations involving ongoing appeal and potential litigation regarding applications for demolition allotments pursuant to Ordinance 13, Series of 2022, and the lease, transfer, and acquisition of real and personal property interests, contract negotiations, communication with council regarding such subjects, However, due to market forces, negotiating strategies, and confidentiality demands of parties involved in negotiating and necessitated by the subject of the specific legal advice with further disclosure would be detrimental to the city's strategic position, the exact properties cannot be disclosed. Council votes to go into executive session. The executive session will be recorded, and the recording will be maintained by the clerk for a period of not less than 90 days.
Thank you. Is there a motion for executive session?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for going into executive session, please?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Mesereau,
Yes.
Counselor Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
And yes.
Pursuant to past practices, we will move downstairs for the executive session. When you come out of the executive session, you'll adjourn the meeting without returning to the upstairs here in Grassroots.
Great. Thank you.
Is it a different link or the same? Like it's a different one, right?
There is a different link for this executive session.
All right.
Has it not been forwarded to you?
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay, Skippy, hopefully get some hot tea or something, and we will see you in a few minutes on the other link. Thank you, as always, to Grassroots. We appreciate you, and we will see you soon. Have a good night, everybody.
Reciting that? Yeah.